All right. It is Tuesday. Sorry. Had the I don't know why the volume was up on that. It seemed to be. Okay. So, it is Tuesday. It is another art day. We are needle felting today. Now, I have just put in the chat the link to the Bob Ross tutorial that we are following. So if anybody wants to see the tutorial in full, it is there. By all means, have at it, because I have it muted and it's really tiny on the screen there, so. Alright. So. We are picking up where we left off. We started this guy last week. And where we left off last week was putting in our other hill. This other hill's a little bit of a brighter green, so I changed my mind and we're going to do a little bit of a brighter green. And I've got the tutorial about where we need to be. So, I don't know if we'll have time to finish this guy today. We will certainly give it our best shot. But never guaranteed that the magnets are going to take two sessions. It just, you know, depends. Okay. So I'm going to turn this guy sideways just a little bit so I can kind of see where I want to be. Now we haven't put in our other trees yet. We will figure that out in a minute. So this color right here, this is light green. No. Yeah, light green. This is a big twist color. Brand doesn't really matter. Just pick the colors that you like. I'm using acrylic yarn for anybody that's new here. You can needle felt with the acrylic yarn. It's not traditional. Traditional would be roving. But some people have wool allergies. I don't seem to have a wool allergy, but my budget has a wool allergy. So, it's a lot more budget friendly for me to go with acrylic yarn than roving, number one. Number two, color selection is much better. Number three, I don't have time to dye roving. I just don't. Hats off to those that do and enjoy that aspect of it and get really like all up in there and custom your colors and everything. Hey, you know what? That's great. I'm happy for you. I really am. I just don't have that kind of time. So I'm gonna go with the acrylic yarn. And call it a day. You know, we gotta do what's gonna work for ourselves here. I'm just trying to see where my hill's coming in here at. Actually, I think, yeah, this needs to kind of cut across this way. And again, this doesn't need to be a carbon copy of what Baba's doing. It's not going to be. At least nothing for me is going to be. I'm not that good. But we're also not using the same materials that Bob is. Bob is using oil paint and his liquid magic white. So that's going to have completely different effects. And I forgot to zoom in. Yeah, where's my zoom? I set it 100. Oh, no. What happened? 'Cause that's not right. I don't know what I did. Something's mad. What is this? I don't know what I did. I didn't even notice that. Sorry, it's upside down. It's kind of backwards on the camera hub. What the? Was I this zoomed in before? I don't understand what happened. I kind of feel like something updated. Was I this far in before? Now you guys know why I'm so zoomed in. My desk is a mess. Was I at 200 before? I don't know. Nope, not that way. Like, I don't know. I guess we'll go with that, but now I need to... Huh. Weird. Maybe the software updated. As possible. Okay, I'm gonna save that. Windows 11, are you drunk? I checked the forecast for us for like the next week. It did not have that. What are you talking about? So we just mostly got rain overnight. So we're supposed to have some more rain showers tomorrow morning, right? And Saturday, our local forecast is saying light rain, high of 51, low of 18. Windows 11 is trying to say, oh, 2 inches of snow on Saturday. But temperatures are going to rise on Friday. What is happening? What is happening? How are the temperatures going to rise on Friday and yet snow on Saturday? I don't understand. I don't understand this madness. Somebody make it make sense. I don't... I don't know, man. Okay. I think we're good now. Jeez, all I did was forget to zoom in and then everything went to hell. Okay. I'll take that though. I can fix that. I can handle the weird whatever that was that just happened. I can handle that. That's fine. We can fix that. Annoying, yes, but we can fix that. Not a huge deal. I'll take that over the camera disconnecting any day. Like, there wasn't a Windows update. But maybe the software for the camera updated and I didn't know it. Like, it looked fine. It looked like it was my last setup when we were working on the dragonfly from yesterday. Okay. So now need a bit more of this. It's just a little bit of water that I've got sitting over there. Just kind of dipping my fingertip in there. Don't need very much. Don't really want very much. Like, you don't want this saturated. Just a little bit on the fingertips to help kind of get the fluff to cooperate here. Sometimes that little drop of water will help you shape your fluff to how you're wanting it to go. So like I said, I don't know if we'll get done today. It just kind of depends on how long it takes us to get what's remaining popped it into here. Because we're doing a little bit more than what Bob did. So Bob didn't actually put a specific watercolor in on his when I was trying to get the tutorial frozen to where I wanted it to be for today, at least for now. He took that dark color that he's got going on there, that he did the back tree and the back hill in, and he brought it down to here, and then he grabbed it with his brush and pulled it straight down and made a reflection over the liquid white, and then blended it out a little bit, and so the water looks kind of dark and gray with a slight white spot in the middle for like a sun glare. So I can't quite get that full effect, but I did grab my go-to color that I've been using for water, and I'm going to be sad when I run out of it, because I don't know that Joann's is gonna hang in there. But, you know, companies discontinue colors all the time, so I'll have to find a suitable substitute from a different brand when that time comes. But I've got my go-to watercolor that I'm going to put in here, and we'll figure it out from there. So that's why I was saying I don't know how fast today is actually going to go. But I've never really been about speed demoning through anything. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to take as long as it takes. Because, you know, you never know if you're going to be happy with something or not happy with something, or if something's going to suddenly go off in your brain about, hey, what if I do this? So, kind of just go with it until I'm, you know, satisfied enough where I can walk away from it. This color that I chose for the sky kind of reminds me of a screenshot I had taken from World of Warcraft. When I was avidly playing. Pretty sure I don't have very many of those screenshots anymore. I suppose I could always make a free account and pop back in there just to get some screenshots from time to time. But I don't know. All right. So he did make this front hill a little bit brighter. So that's kind of what we're working on here now. The good thing about the magnets is that they'll only take like 2 to 3 sessions at the most. We were doing these before, but I was doing them much, much larger. So I was doing them as like an 8x10 piece. Those took about probably an average of 13 sessions. I think I had one that took 10. And I had another one I think that took like 17. Just because some sections of it were being a little bit more stubborn than others. Now, I didn't have to put this dark blue all the way down to the bottom on this section, this bottom half. I did because I wanted some kind of ground back here. And he was kind of going with this dark color that he mixed. And I just kind of went with this because I was like, okay. Sure. Alright. So it might take a little bit extra fluff to kind of get that covered up. Now, you might be saying, this doesn't look like acrylic yarn. What is this? It is acrylic yarn. But it didn't come that way. So, we had to magic it into existence. I'm sure if you search YouTube, you'll find different videos or Google it or whatever. I did a video on how I prep my yarn. It's basically the same, well, not exactly the same, but it's similar to others. Some people will take a self-healing cutting mat to lay their strands of yarn that they've cut at a small, manageable length against to brush it out. Some people use a piece of cardboard under it. I just hold it. It can rip your finger up a little bit, so just be careful. So basically you cut strands of yarn. I do strands about this big because I find that anything longer gets to be a trial to deal with. For me personally. So I do like maybe 6 strands at a time. And I'll hold them in my hand, then I'll take my sticker brush, slicker brush, whatever. It's this monstrous beast of a dog grooming brush. It's for like the dogs with the double coats to get the coat out from underneath. So it's got these little elbowed metal teeth in there. I suggest the metal ones. They do have plastic ones. Strongly suggest the metal ones. And you hold the yarn and you brush it. And you'll get some fluff in here that you can pull out of the brush. And then the strands that you're holding will be fluffed out. You're basically undoing the plying and the twisting that went into making it a plied yarn. Essentially, you're putting it back to its pre-plied state. And then I just fill some Ziploc bags with a bit of each color, so that way when the mood strikes me to work on something, I already have it all set to go. And these magnets don't use as much fluff as the 8x10 ones, obviously, because these are smaller. These are 3x3. I know it's hard to tell because we're all zoomed in and stuff, but these are 3 inches by 3 inches. And when we're done doing this, we are going to trim off the excess, whatever got stretched out of place and everything. And then we're going to mount it to this wooden block. This is at the back of our magnet. It's just a thin piece of, I don't really want to call it balsa wood because it's a little bit sturdier than balsa, but you kind of get the idea. And then I've got coffee stirrers that we're going to use to make a boxed frame, kinda, around our piece. So it looks like you have a tiny piece of art, a tiny painting on your fridge, or wherever you want to put it. Essentially. Okay. This is just a small size needle. I can't tell you the actual number size on the needle. My toolkit didn't come with them. Like, it didn't come with a number on it. When I ordered the toolkit for this, when I first got started, this is how the needles came. Just in a test tube with a screwed on lid that says S. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's the best thing I can tell you. I had gotten my toolkit off of Amazon. There was tubes that had M's and L's on them as well. I haven't used those needles. This small needle works the best for me. I haven't had a need to try the other needles, but I have read where if you've got like a lot of layers you're trying to get through, the smaller the needle, the better. So, or something to that exact, not something to that effect, not the exact wordage. It's been a while since I've read that, so I don't remember it word for word, but something about that. Like the tighter the weave, the smaller the needle, because you'll risk breaking your needle if you try to use one that's bigger than you should be for the fabric or density, what you're working on. And this can get a bit dense with the amount of layers that I put into these sometimes. So it just is less aggravation for me to just start off with the small needle instead of constantly swapping needles, so I just stick with the small one. I've tried using the multi-needle handle. My multi-needle handle holds 8. I guess I could take it down to 4 or whatever, but it just feels like unnecessary because when I would try to use it on a larger area to try to make it go faster, it actually felt like it was making it go slower because it was missing spots that I was trying to get and I couldn't like precision get stuff done. So I was like, and it was making my arm really tired. I was like, screw this. So I just ended up going with the single needle. So that works quite a bit better for me. Alright. I'm gonna come back in and fill those sections where I've got some of the dark poking through there. But right now I'm just trying to get the majority of our green in before I start worrying about getting too fiddly. Like, I'll come back and deal with that in a minute. And we still have to put our tree in. Now, I'm not like a real big fan of that type of tree, so I might just do like a big teardrop tree in here. Like, it's hard to do that kind of tree that Bob did for me with this because it just looks like a ginormous mess. So we're just gonna kind of do our own tree maybe. Okay. And you do want to, if you're using like a wool or some kind of fabric mat, you do want to pop your project up fairly often, just so you don't become too attached to your surface. I've had that happen. When I first started out, I didn't know I was supposed to pull up while working on the project. I thought I didn't pull it off until the end. And yeah, I warped my mat. So, because it was that attached to it. Lesson learned. So, not everybody mentions that. But some people are using the foam mats where I don't think you really need to bother because it's on the foam. So it might just depend on your surface. But I will say, if you are using like these wool or felt mats, definitely strongly suggest and advise that you periodically pop that guy up off of there. Hope everybody's doing okay today. So I'm down in this bottom corner on my mat because I'm trying to be mindful of not constantly stabbing in the same place. Just so I get a little bit more even wear on this. This is a mat from Wool Buddy. Not sponsored in any way. And they did suggest that moving around on your mat. This is a new mat for me. We did have a previous Wool Buddy one. I still have it. But after a year of doing the 8x10 landscapes on them, it was starting to deform a bit and warp, so I still have that mat. I figured I would save that for the rare time that we work on critters. I don't do critters very often. But I figured I might as well hold on to it, because we can still use it for that. Like, it's still sort of is functionable, it's just not flat on the top. Got some dips and got some mountains and valleys on it at this point. Don't know if that's from me lifting up too vigorously. Don't know if that's just a side effect of using the acrylic yarn on it. Don't know if it's just from the amount of stabbing that I've done into it. I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen anybody talk about that happening, so I'm just not sure. It could just be from the excessive amount of use. Because, I mean, we were doing 2 sessions a week on that thing at like 2 to 4 hours on them, so because the stream schedule was a little different during that time period. But, you know, we'll see what happens. I started using this mat when we started this particular magnet project. Okay. So I'm gonna tuck the light green back into its bag. This Ziploc bags. I think these were quart freezer bags because that's what we had. I was using sandwich bags for a while, and I was like, you know what? I want to switch to this other size. So that way I don't have to redo or refill my fluff bags as often. Alright, so this is lime green. This is from Paintbox Simply Chunky. I'm gonna have to change yarn brands soon because Paintbox got kind of expensive for the size of the ball. And I might try Michael's house brand to see how I like that. So this is just to kind of put a little bit of a highlight on the top of our hill here. So if anybody's used the Michael's house brand yarn, what the hell was it called? I think it was Threads and Loops. Let me know how you felt about it. I think it's their, I think their price on that one was $3.99 base. For, it looks like a decent sized skein of yarn. But Paintbox now has gone up to, almost $5 for a small ball. It's like this big. And I had originally swapped over to them because they'd had a really good sale. And now it hasn't been that price since that sale. And I'm like, oof. Like, I know the price of stuff is going up. I'm not trying to be a Karen about it. It's just I'm trying to get the most value for my dollar. So... And I hated ordering from Joann's because every time I did order from them, I had a problem. With how they fulfilled their orders and the communication level of the status of my order. Apparently they got overwhelmed with yarn orders coming into Black Friday. And it wasn't even, it wasn't specifically their Black Friday sale, I don't think. But the yarn deal they had, I guess they didn't expect that many people to buy from. And they just got hammered where they like processed half my order. 'Cause I had a good sized order. I think I had ordered like $50 worth of yarn. I had quite a, I think I had like, might have been more than that. I think it was like 20 skeins of yarn I ordered. And they shipped half of it. And then it was radio silence on the other half of my yarn. And I'm like, where's the rest of my yarn? Didn't get any message about anything being on back order, just nothing. And I'm like, hello? And I was trying to contact customer service, and they're like, oh yeah, we're really backed up. I'm like, but you sent me half of it. You've processed half of my order already. I don't understand why you would touch half of my order and then sit it to the side and then go touch somebody else's order when you could just finish processing my order. Like, this doesn't make sense at all to my brain. But some of the yarn came from their main distribution center. Other balls of yarn looked like they came from their stores. So I don't really agree with how they do their order fulfillment when you're ordering online. Because it seemed like they were waiting for the stores to catch back up and fulfill my order from their store shelves instead of, I don't know, doing it from the damn distribution center. Like, what is this? So you're gonna short your shelves to fulfill an online order. I'm like, this is madness. Maybe that explains a few things. I don't know. So the last time I ordered from them, I was like, yeah, no. It's been nothing but heartache and disappointment every time I've tried to order from them. Or even gone in there. Like, it was okay when we needed fleece for the guinea pig cages, but that was stuff that we just walked in and grabbed. This is Rust, also from Big Twist. But the store that we had was a hot mess. Like, literally a mess every time we went in there, just about. It looked so ransacked. Now, maybe I'm jaded. I used to work in the craft industry. I worked for AC Moore when they were still in business for 6 years. 3 years merchandising, and 3 years customer service, front end supervisor. I much preferred the merchandising, but I'll tell you this: if our store that I worked in had ever come close to looking like that hot mess, oh, we would have all been fired. We would have had like a half an hour screaming lecture from the store manager. But the store manager was also had the he married the office manager in our store. It was a family run thing. It started, I think with like maybe 1 or 2 stores, and then they expanded, but it was run by the family. Our store was located near where the owner lived, maybe a half an hour from his house, 45 minutes. And the office manager for our location was one of his daughters. That was fun. So we had to be showroom perfect, vendor show perfect, buyers coming in to check out the place to see how their company's products were being displayed, the vendors, everybody. We had to be owner visitation day perfect every day, because we never knew when he was just going to decide to pop in. It was quite a source of stress and paranoia, because I'm not good with recognizing faces very well if I don't interact with you every day. It's just the way my brain operates. Like, I could see you maybe 5 times out of the year, if that. I probably won't recognize you on site, especially when I'm busy running a front end of a very busy craft store. So, while they're expecting me to ride herd on a bunch of teenagers and unruly Karens, and we had our fair share. It's not as bad as it was now, or is now, but we had our fair share. But this store, man, there were days where we walked in and I'm like, is nobody doing recovery on any of these aisles? There would be aisles half ripped apart from them being in the middle of doing planogram reset, and I'm just like, and planograms are what comes from the main office for how they want merchandise to be displayed, like what goes on a peg hook, what goes on a shelf, what item is in what order on the shelving. So you get a little piece of paper that's all diagrammed out, and you have to count where things go, kind of like building a Lego set, but you have shelves and peg hooks, and it's not nearly as fun. Um, so, and then you have to put all the merchandise up. But the store is constantly like just ripped apart. I'm like, what is going on? Every time we come in here. And if you've worked any type of retail, you know about how no holes, can't have any holes on the shelves. I'm like, well then get the product in here. Like we weren't supposed to spread zone, and that means taking product from its neighbors. Like if you've got a hole here, you're not supposed to take something from its neighbor and shove it to the side to cover the hole. They were very adamant that we don't do that because they needed to see what wasn't coming in so they could contact the vendors or the buyers in the main office and be like, hey, what's going on with this? This hasn't been filled in X number of weeks. Are we getting this? Has it been discontinued? Is it back ordered? What is happening? Like, we need a solution because this hole is becoming a problem. That's what was supposed to happen. But then, when I was merchandising, our drill sergeant of a store manager, so, he's trying to make a good impression on his father-in-law. Everything has to be perfect. Would walk my aisles and see the holes. He goes, why do we have holes? Why do we have holes? What is this hole? And like, he's like flipping out at me. I'm stressed trying to get my freight off the floor and filled. But I was also first call for register. So 90% of my day, I wasn't even in my department. I was up front, and they're like, why isn't your stuff done yet? I don't know. Have you not heard me being paged up front every time I set foot back in my department? I'm like, one day I almost started crying because he was being such an asshole. I'm like, he pissed me off so bad. He pushed me too far. Because he was like getting really into me. He's like, your orders aren't done. He goes, what is going on? Like, it was after lunch and he walked to the back end of my house. He goes, why is all this freight on the floor? He starts screaming at me. I'm like, because I've been up front all day. Like, I lost it. I'm like, they keep calling me to register every time I walk back in here and pick up a box. And just as I said that, they were paging me up front. I'm like, I just got back from lunch. I haven't had the time to do my orders yet because I've been up there all day. Orders have to be done by 3 o'clock. I can't put the orders out until this is done, and nobody's helping me. And he's like, he like went over to a phone and paged up front, and they're like, yeah, call somebody else for like the rest of the afternoon or something, at least until like 4 o'clock. And then I think he sent somebody over to start helping me, and he's like, go do your orders, we'll figure it out. I'm like, okay. I'm like, if it's busy, they're gonna call me up front. They paged somebody else, and then 2 seconds later, they paged me. And I'm like, did he not just tell you not to page me? Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. That place was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, but speaking of retail, I don't understand. Now, mind you, I ran the customer service desk, was a front-end supervisor for 3 years in this hellhole of insanity. I don't understand what the point was of having return policies that they explained to us at length to tell the customers if when the customer is throwing a fit and we have to page one of the managers up front to back us up and be like, no, this is the policy. I'm sorry, this is the way it is. You call them up there because the customer's not listening to you, and you really don't think, according to policy, that this should happen, and then the manager's like, do it. I'm like, excuse me? And they'd say it in front of the customer. It's like, buddy, that's not the policy. And they're like, just do it to make them go away. I'm like, I don't have that authority to just do it to make them go away. You need to explain to them that this is a one-time deal. It's not gonna happen next time. I'm like, why do we even bother? So you made me look like an asshole and an idiot and incompetent by not explaining to them, no, this is actually our policy. Like, you could say, well, this is our normal policy as a one-time courtesy because you seem to not understand that that's the policy and you've never heard of this before when you're here every week returning something. We're gonna do this just once. It's not happening again. And that's like the end of it. But like, no, it was always throwing us under the bus, and they're like, no, just do it. I'm like, I know you don't want to deal with these people, but you make us look like idiots. Because then you go around and just decide to circumvent the policy and then make us look like assholes. And then this starts a chain of pattern of behavior where the next time they are going to expect this to be done for them. So let's not create bad behavior in these customers, okay? And let's just stick to the effing policy. Like, we had a policy because we always had a 40 off coupon running every single week that if you tried to return something without the receipts, you were getting 40% off of that. Like, you weren't getting returned full price. It was going to be returned at 40% off. We had so many people bitching at us. And I'll tell you what, though. We didn't have the return policy, I think, printed on the receipt. Or the return policy was all returns with a receipt, I think. But we had, like, a secret policy where if you didn't have the receipt, it would go to a gift card. You weren't getting cash back without a receipt. And if it was on a card, they really wanted it back on the card. Like, we would have to get approval to give them cash back if it was on a card. And the amount of people that would argue till they were blue in the face. Well, I didn't use a 40 off coupon. I paid full price. Okay, I don't have any way of knowing that because you've got no documentation to prove that. If you can find the receipt that shows you didn't use a coupon, then I can give you the full price. But without the receipt, I can't show documentation that proves you didn't use a coupon. I'm not saying you're lying, but I have to have proof. Because just about everybody has a 40% off coupon that comes in here. I swear to God, there were parents, there were I don't know if they were stay-at-home moms or what, but there would be moms coming in there with their kids in the shopping cart. And they would have like 2 kids with them. Each kid would have a 40 off coupon. And one was like an infant. And I'm like, really? Really? The 2-month-old is gonna buy something with a 40 off coupon on a credit card. Okay. Sure, Jan. Always pissed me off. We couldn't do more than one in a transaction, so it had to be separate transactions. And then we're like, 1 coupon per day. Per transaction. Per visit. Like, we had to keep changing the policy because there was like this yarn mafia of grandmas that kept coming into the store that would have a shopping cart filled to the top with yarn. I'm not kidding. They would park it up front by our display tables, and there would be like 4 or 5 of them, and they would grab a ball of yarn and a 40% off coupon, and everybody would get in different lines. And then they would go back to their cart and grab another thing of yarn with another coupon. The one store manager that took over after the one that married the HR, the office manager, This was a different store manager that took over after the other one became a district manager. He had to tell them, like, it's 1 coupon per day. It says per visit. And he goes, okay, well, you have to, at the very least, take your bag out to your car and come back in for it to count as another visit. Most visits are per day. And they're like, but it just says per visit. He's like, you have to at least go out to your car and come back in. You can't just turn around and get right back in line. The coupon abuse was so bad. It was so bad. It was ridiculous. And then we started a thing because so many people were like, oh, I forgot my coupon. Do you have any in store? And we're like, no, they were just on the one in the paper. They started printing out stacks of 40 off coupons in the office to give to us. So if somebody forgot their coupon, we had to initial it as being the initiating cashier or the cashier that rung them up. And put it in our box that we collected them in and just give them one that was in store. But we could only do it if they said they forgot their coupon. Like, we couldn't just be handing them out, because then we got in trouble if there was too many in the box with our initials on it. Kid you not. Because they counted the coupons every week to see how many had come through. And they were checking to see, like, how many each cashier was authorizing. I hated working front ends in that place so bad. So bad. Like, our customers were just so shitty. Like, I know there's shittier customers than the ones we had, and some of them were nice. I worked my ass off in that place, and I'd have so many customers be like, oh my god. Because there were days where I was just being run into the ground, trying to do a return, trying to do a purchase order, trying to help a cashier with this thing. Somebody needs a void, somebody needs change, and I'd be the only front end person up there. There were days where I'm like paging a manager up front, like, I'm like, I need help, you need to run change. Like, I'm the only one up here and I can't keep an eye on these kids, and my line is like back to the ribbon counter for returns. So, like, help me. It was awful. It was so awful. And like, some of the customers coming through my line, they're like, oh my god. Like, I could never do this. They're like, how do you do this? Oh, and we were answering the phones. We had to answer the phone by the third ring. Like, the managers would get pissed. The store manager would get pissed if we weren't picking up the phone by the third ring. I'm like, what? We couldn't have more than 3 people in a line. If there was 3 people in the line, we had to be calling up another cashier, which is why 2/3 of my day I was spent traipsing between the very back corner of the store, the furthest department away from the registers, being the first call to register. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Apparently it's because I had the smallest department. I'm like, you don't page anybody else hardly. The one lady didn't even know how to run register. They never trained her. So then she would get kind of pissy when she was getting bombarded with all of these customers needing help when we had all available on the registers. And I'm like, look. She's like, I want to run register, but they won't let me train for it. Probably because she covered the jewelry department. She covered the expensive department. So, one of the expensive departments. I would argue that fine art might have been more expensive, because some of those singular paintbrushes were real pricey. And some of those paints were real damn pricey. I kid you not, there were some tubes of watercolor. Now, this is back in the day. This was in, what? Early 2000s? Some tubes of those watercolors were like this big. and they were like $20, and I'm like, oh my god. I thought it scanned wrong the one day when I scanned one of them. I was like, it was like I think it might have been an alizarin crimson watercolor, and I almost shit myself when it scanned. I'm like, is that right? And the customer's like, unfortunately. I was like, oh god. I was like, really? He goes, yeah, and this isn't even the worst one. I was like, oh my god. He goes, yep. That was an eye-opener. I had no idea watercolors could be so expensive. It's crazy. But, I mean, some customers were like, it's okay, take a breath, because I would be out of breath. I'd be like trying to answer the phone. Oh, and then we had to run the sales report every hour on the hour. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of a transaction. They're like, that's no excuse. And I'm like, I can't have the hourly sales report for you if I'm in the middle of a purchase order that is taking forever because it's a return purchase order. We actually had returns on purchase orders. Those were a nightmare. I'm like, why? Why? Can't you just keep this and use it later? Can't you save this for next year? Do we really have to do this? Because this is a nightmare. And then it was teacher discounts, and I was just like, oh my god. Why? Why is this happening? What is happening? Will this day not end? And then doing that all with a migraine and doing a closing shift? Oh no. There were nights where I was like sick as a dog. I think there was a couple times where I threw up at work because of my migraine and I couldn't leave. So I was the only front end supervisor and they would not let me go. And I'm like, I'm about to pass out. Like, breathing is making me nauseous. So, what? We had somebody that was pregnant that was a front end supervisor for a time before she quit. And she'd be up front in the middle of a transaction and be like, excuse me, and she would be like throwing up in the trash can. Up front. I'm like, oh my god. I was like, this is awful. I'm like, if you want your damn sales report so bad, how about you come up and run it yourself? They're like, do you have a sales report? Like, a minute after. I'm like, I'm bogged down. I'm in the middle of a transaction that's gonna take me a while. I'm the only one up here right now. It's all hands on deck up here. If you really want this sales report, you're gonna have to come up and get it. I don't think it was really their fault, though, because the owner some days was constantly calling on the inter-office lines, like from either the main office or from home or whatever. Like, there were some Saturdays where he was just constantly on the phone. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, so-and-so for this line. And because we had like 3 different lines that were connected to other stores or the main office, or that you would use to call those locations. It was wild. And they're like, and he's like constantly asking for the hourly sales report. And I'm like, we need the hourly sales report. He's gonna be calling. And I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, I can't get it if I'm in the middle of a transaction. Like, I can't watch the kids on the floor and run the front end at the same time. Like, this is insanity. This is like above my pay grade, okay? Like, this just, no. No. And then they decided, I remember the one day, the daytime front end supervisor and the cashier. Oh my god. I spent, I kid you not, most of my returns at night were actually fixing fuck ups that the two of them did. I don't even know what the hell happened on the one transaction she did involving this kids club that we had where the kids on their birthday they would get like a $5 coupon or whatever. She's like, she came back and she's like, I was in here earlier today and I'm looking at my receipt now and I'm just trying to make sure that my kid's thing was taken off. So then I'd have to sit there and decipher the damn receipt and try to make sense of it. And I'm like, I don't even understand what the hell she did. So I'd be like sitting there with a pen and I'd be like, okay, so this is where it was initially scanned. There was a coupon put on. Then the birthday club was applied. But then it looked like the birthday club was voided. And then something else was voided, and then it looked like the birthday club got put back on, but then it was taken back off again, and I'm like, I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know what she did. I think in the end it had not been applied, it had been taken off, and I'm like, what is this? Or I would be fixing screw ups from the other cashier because those two ran their mouth nonstop. Like their lines would literally back up from them running their mouths. We weren't, because of the 3-person in a line policy. That's why I was on register so much when that particular person took over running front end during the day when I was merchandising, because she was so busy running her mouth at customer service, chatting up the customers excessively. Like, we were supposed to ask them, hi, how are you? How was your day? You know, did you need help finding everything? Did you find everything that you needed? You know, we were supposed to do those sorts of things, but they would get into like 10-minute long conversations past checking the person out, like they had all the time in the world. And I'm like, guys, if you're done the transaction, let them go. And I'm like, come on now. You're holding up your entire line. Like, there's other people behind this customer that want to check out. There's being friendly, and then there's being excessively chatty. And you're being excessively chatty, both of you. And it's making my job harder. So could we not? And, like, I spent almost my shift constantly fixing mistakes from both of them and trying to figure out what the hell they did. And then they're like, oh, so, we are appointing you the manager trainer. And I'm like, what? What does that mean? They're like, you're the only one that's now allowed to train the managers, because we were a training store also. So any assistant managers that were like coming through the company that were training to be assistant managers, we got a lot of them. We didn't get all of them, but we got a fair number of them. And they're like, so you're the only one that's allowed to teach them the front end. I was like, what? They're like, yeah, you're now training them to do the front end. And I'm like, okay. I was like, do I get a pay increase for this new title? And they're like, no. I was like, okay. I'm like, why? And they're like, because you're the only one competent enough that we trust to train the assistant managers coming through. I was like, oh boy. I was like, then why don't I fucking get a raise for this? And some of those assistant managers that were training were, how to word this? It seemed like they felt running a register was beneath them. I think they didn't seem to understand that there were going to be times where they had to help their cashiers or their front end people with a problem. Because, oh my goodness, trying to get them to focus on what you were telling them and pay attention and stay there. Like, the office manager would bring them up, be like, hey, this is so-and-so, they need to be up here all night. And I'm like, okay. She would leave at like 3-ish. The second she left, they're like, oh, I forgot I have to take care of something. And they were gone. They were gone. They were back on the floor putting out freight or doing something. And I would walk by on my way to dinner because I had to take dinner before 5 o'clock shift change. And I'd see them back in an aisle putting up freight. And I'm like, the fuck? I was like, yeah, okay, you had to take care of something. And the one day I had one of them that bolted the second she was out the door. She called about something. She needed to check on something or ask somebody a question. And she's like, why are you answering the phone? And I'm like, because it's ringing. And they're like, where's your trainee? And I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, what do you mean you don't know? I'm like, I don't know. They said that they forgot they had to go take care of something. And they've been gone for like a half an hour. I don't know. I threw them the fuck under the bus. I don't care. They weren't paying. They weren't going to give me a pay raise. I'm not going to save their asses. I'm like, I don't know. I could have said they were in the bathroom, but I didn't. I was just like, I don't know. They're like, put them on the phone. I was like, oh shit. I was like, okay. At least I'm not the person that's getting yelled at this time. And I'd be like, so-and-so, line 3. So-and-so, line 3. And they would look all sorts of, like, sweaty and panicked and pissed coming back up for front end. And I'm like, okay, so-and-so's going to take over while I'm on dinner. I'll be back in half an hour. And I'll be like, you're really gonna fuck with the office manager and not do what you're supposed to be doing? I'm like, you guys need to know this. There's times where us front-end supervisors cannot fix it. Or we're not authorized to fix it. And it requires a management level code. There was stuff that they had to authorize, like if it was over a certain dollar amount. That was fun. It got to be where if returns were over a certain dollar point, management, one of the managers, assistant or otherwise, had to come up front and put in their authorization code because it would not go through for us. So then we had to wait for them to materialize from wherever the hell they were. I had one assistant manager who turns out might have been dabbling in recreational ways of self-medicating that were not prescription based, is the best way I can kind of put that, and I didn't find that out till later, but it explained a lot. Where I would not see him step out the door, and he'd be standing right outside the entranceway trying to get a quick cigarette in. I guess to calm his nerves, and I could understand why he needed to calm his nerves, because, oh buddy, it's a good thing I wasn't drinking at that point. Because if I had the money. But I'm like paging him. He was the only one there that night. And I'm like, where the fuck are you? And then I looked up and he's standing outside the door. I'm like, God damn it. I was like, you need to at least tell me if you're stepping outside the door. I need you. And then there was another time where one of the assistant managers was tied up with a customer. And another one was at the back door accepting a delivery from either FedEx or UPS or something. And they couldn't leave the loading dock because then they would have had to have shut the door down and locked everything down before they could leave because of all the merchandise in the back room. And I'm like, I need a manager. I need a management code. I can't get this return to go through. It's saying it needs authorization. So then the customer's mad because we're waiting, and I think it was maybe over $50. Which you would think, wow, that's a lot of money for a craft store for a return. It's not, though. And like, they would have to look over the return and ask all these questions about, well, what is this? Why are we returning this? Like, this is an awful lot of money. Like, if it was like an airbrush coming back or something like that, they had to inspect it, make sure it hadn't been used. And then it was getting to the point where theft was becoming such a problem that if anybody wanted something that was expensive, the department merchandiser or the minor, or in the rare case, the adult working that department, depending on the time of day, would have to get keys. Actually, no, the kids didn't have the keys. The assistant manager, the store manager, and the department merchandiser were the only ones that had the keys for the airbrush cabinet. You had to track one of them down, and they had to unlock the cabinet. And then the item had to be walked up to customer service. Not any of the registers, our register. Our cubicle. Because I guess there had been a time or two where they handed it to the customer, and the customer walked out the store with it because we didn't have the little beepy things at the door. I can't tell you how much merchandise walked out of that store. It was just incredible. The audacity of people. The absolute audacity of people. At one point, these like tabletop fountains were all the rage. They were cheap, like $10 fountains that probably didn't work half the time. But everybody wanted them, right? We were jamming. I don't know if it was a Saturday or if it was Black Friday or something. We were so busy. And we had a hallway that was the door to our office, and then straight ahead was the door to our supply janitorial cabinet closet thing. We had like trash bags and cleaning supplies and paper towels and stuff. And then right next to that was the doorway to our small break room. And then around the corner from that was the door to our classroom. And then down from that, there was another hallway as far as you could get from anything that had a water fountain, our bathroom for the employees, the women employees, and the customer women's bathroom, and then the male Mod Podge of bathroom. And the only employees that had their own bathroom were the females. And the store manager had seen somebody take a cart down towards the bathroom, and they were like, huh. And they didn't see the customer. And I think by chance, something felt wrong. So he knocked on the bathroom to the women's room. And I guess, said, employee or management or whatever. And he peeked the door open. And there was a customer standing at the bathroom sink with her purse open, trying to shove a box in her purse that had, or it looked like she was about to try to shove the box of one of these water fountains in her purse. And he's like, we can't, it's like, we don't allow merchandise in the bathrooms. Did you need help with something? And she's like, oh, I was just trying to make sure that the fountain worked before I bought it. And he's like, I'll tell you what, if you come out onto the sales floor, I will help you do that in our classroom. And she brought it back out, and he tested it for her, and then she didn't buy it. Gee, I wonder why. I'm just like, wow. We had another lady that blatantly tried to shoplift. She grabbed a kid's crafting kit, had a maybe 2-year-old on her hip, and just kind of ducked out the entry door with it in her hand. Like, because our registers faced the exit door, and on the other side of the entryway was the indoor. But we couldn't see that as well, and I happened to look up, and I saw her duck out, and I saw a manager hot on her heels, and I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? And then he started yelling at her, and then he managed to get her back into the store, and then the cops showed up, and so they got her for shoplifting, or attempted shoplifting, and I'm just like, wow. Holy cow. And I have no idea. I had to run sidewalk sale as well. During the summer, we would try to liquidate the discontinued merchandise in sidewalk sales so that we didn't have to eat it at inventory. Fun times. So there were all these bins of merchandise in the stockroom that either weren't scanning because they were just no longer in the system, had never been in the system, or it would just say discontinued when you scanned it and wouldn't give you a price. So we had a very primitive register that was basically a calculator with a till under it for the sidewalk sales. I don't even remember. Were we doing credit card out there? I don't even remember. It might have been cash only. Because, like, we couldn't scan anything. We just had to, like, put in a number, right? So, like, some stuff was priced individually, and then some stuff was, like, in a bucket. But then by the end, like, we had to try to keep an eye on the little register that was up there, but we also had to, like, try to keep reorganizing the bins because the customers were ripping them apart, digging through there like it was a yard sale. And oh my god, it was awful. I hated sidewalk sale with a fucking passion. You cannot imagine. Because it put me in an uncomfortable position of sometimes just making a price up. And I'm like, I don't know if this is being tracked. Like, I was afraid I was going to get in trouble for not putting the right price on there. But half the shit was so jumbled up. And at one point, I saw the older lady who was kind of the in-store IT person that dealt with home office whenever a register went screwy or whatever. And she also did cash office. She helped train me for cash office. She was actually, that was the first department I worked in, was hers when I first started there working at night. It was recovery for her department. And, so we kind of bonded a little bit. And she had told me at one point, she's like, don't be a lifer here. Don't. She's like, you're too good of a kid. Get the fuck out of here. And, it's like, oh, that's weird. But, I'm not sure why she was stuck working there. I think there were some immigration issues, maybe. I don't know. I think she was from Canada. But I don't know what the whole story was there. I never found out. But there seemed to be something that was keeping her working there where she couldn't up and go somewhere else. So I don't know what the deal was with that. But, there were times where she was up there, like, she would cover me for my breaks at times. And she'd be like, customer's like, well, this was in this bin, and she'd look at it, and she's like, okay, whatever, and she, like, just didn't care. She was like, what the fuck ever. And that was then that I realized that there really was no way to legitimately keep track of how much stuff was out there. And I was like, oh, we just want it gone. Like, sidewalk sale was no returns because the receipts weren't itemized. It was just whether it was a taxable item or non-taxable item, and how much it was. It was a free-for-all out there. And then we had to make sure that nobody was walking away with merchandise, and I'm sure some people did. I'm sure there was like little tchotchkes or whatever that people were popping in their pockets that we didn't catch. I'd not be surprised. And at that point, I don't know if we cared. Those of us that were working the sidewalk sale, and there was only a select few of us that were allowed to run sidewalk sale. Because there was a certain level of trust that needed to happen there. Because you were basically on your own. If you needed help, you had to duck your head inside and get customer service's attention, whoever was running there, and have them page a manager up. You were basically fucked. like you were in no man's land, essentially. And I hated that feeling of being out there with no lifeline, or a very hard to get lifeline. I'll tell you though, the one day I had sunblock. This is a very important lesson. There are expiration dates on items for a reason. I don't know what happened. I don't know if my sunblock separated because it was past the expiration date, but it was a very hot day. It was a very bright sunny day. They had the register tucked up in the shade as much as possible, but I didn't have a hat because I didn't think we were allowed to wear one. And we had these damn heavy ass t-shirts on that didn't want to breathe, and we had to wear jeans. Or no, sidewalk sale, you were allowed to wear shorts. That's right. I think I had overalls on. Because we were allowed to wear shorts because we were outside. I brought my sunblock. And then when I went to put it on, I was like, oh shit, it's expired. But it's the only one I had. And I was like, well, it's better than nothing, right? Apparently it was worse than nothing. Because I was like lobster red by the end of my shift. And they're like, why didn't you put sunblock on? I'm like, I did. I was like, it was expired, but I did. And they're like, oh no. I'm like, yeah. I was so... Like, it was like heat index into the triple digits that day. I was melting. I'm like, are we done? Can I be done? I don't want to do this anymore. Fortunately, I didn't have to do a double doing it. Somebody else came in to do it. And then they got somebody else that was a child's or a child friend of one of the children of the office manager. They got her trained to do sidewalk sale, so I didn't have to do it anymore. Because whenever I did it, then I couldn't run, or I couldn't do cash office because I had to be out there. So the weekends that there were sidewalk sales, office manager had to come in, or office manager's other peon that also knew how to do cash office would have to come in on a day that they were normally off to deal with it. She was so mad when I left, the office manager. Like, in my brain, I had not applied for a new job yet. Right? Hadn't applied yet. So in my brain, I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm technically not hired by this other company yet. I'm trying to see if I can get a license to work for this other company. So, Russell and I were engaged at that point, and the craft store did not offer health insurance to full-time employees, part-time employees. I think the only ones that might have gotten health insurance might have been management level. And I was like, well, you know, I'm gonna be getting married soon. I should probably you know, move on to another job where I can get health insurance, right? Reasonable thought process, right? So, my dad was saying that the department that he moved to in the casino, he started out as a cashier. There was something that happened and he switched to the credit department. They allowed that to happen. He goes, well, they need somebody else. I'm like, but we can't work in the same department, can we? He goes, we can. We just can't work on the same shift. And I was like, oh, that's weird. But okay. So, he's like, but you have to apply for a license. So I had to save up $350 to apply to the Casino Control Commission of South Jersey or New Jersey to attempt to get a license, because the position I was doing, or the position that he had, that he and his boss were trying to talk me into coming over and applying for, you had to have a license because of the financially sensitive information, and because that department was tied into table games, and table games people had to have a license. There were 2 levels of licenses. One, the application fee was $350. The next level up, which was like the executive level decisions, important decisions being made about stuff, that was $1,200. And I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. I don't want that level of license. That was considered a key license. I'm like, I don't want anything to do with keys. So, I don't want the keys. Don't give me the keys. I'll lose them. So, I applied for the $350 license. And oh my god, I have never had to supply so much information before. Like, the DMV did not know this much about me. Like, I had to, like, go to extended family members almost to, for, like, family history. It was wild. Like, I had to tell them all of the shit that my brother was in trouble for, where he was in jail at, what he did. I needed non-immediate family member references. I'm like, oh my god. I don't know anybody. I'm not friends with anybody. I found a coworker, and I think my aunt's husband, who wasn't directly related to me, and, you know, different last names, did a reference for me. And and all this stuff. And so this $350 was non-refundable for this background check. And they wanted job history and all this other shit. And let me tell you, I never knew that people actually called to check your job history, okay? You know how I found this out, that the Casino Control Commission did? I walked into work one afternoon. I got there a few minutes early because of the way the buses were running. Walked down the hallway to the break room, and all of a sudden the office manager is in my face, yelling at me as I'm walking into the break room. Why didn't you tell me you were looking for another job? And I'm like screaming at me, and I'm like, what? And I'm looking at her confused. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, oh, I got a call today from somebody, verifying your job history. And I'm like, oh. I was like, I'm applying for a casino license. I don't have another job yet. She's like, well, you could have told me you were looking for another job. And I was like, I'm just trying to see if I get approved for the license. I didn't want to tell you, or didn't think I needed to tell you, if my license wasn't approved. Because if my license doesn't get approved, then I'm not going anywhere. And she was like, huh. And she, like, stormed out. And she was very, very icy towards me after that. And I was like, oh my. She barely said 2 words to me. She was pissed. And I'm like, I don't understand why you are throwing such a fucking hissy fit. Because if my license doesn't get approved and I said to you, oh, hey, I'm applying for this, I might be, you know, looking for another job at some point, and it doesn't happen, then everybody got a little upset for nothing, right? So to me, I was just applying for a license. Didn't know if I would even get hired at my dad's casino. Like his boss's boss wanted to talk to me, and wanted to hire me. He wanted me to come in for an interview, but I had to get the ball rolling on my license and had to get that approved first. And I'm just like so confused. I'm like, what? I'm like, what? Why are we being so mean? Like, I don't understand. I'm not leaving yet. I don't know if I am leaving. Like, what? It bothered me so much. I'm like, what's the matter? Are you mad that your doormat might be leaving and now you might have to, you know, train another doormat? Like, I'm confused. Because I put up with so much shit in that place. So much shit. Oh, can you stay? Okay. Like, I didn't want to. And sometimes I did put my foot down. I'm like, no, I can't. I can't stay today. And then if I would stay to get overtime, the next day they're screaming at me, no, no overtime. No overtime. You have to go. You need to clock out before this time so you don't hit 40 or go over 40 hours. I'm like, but you need me today, don't you? This was the day that I was supposed to work X number of hours and now you're kicking me out. So what the fuck was the point in me staying yesterday? Did you not think this through? This is not my problem. This is your problem. But hey, if you want to send me home, I'll gladly leave after only working 2 hours today. I'm sick of this place. Goodbye. So, like, hey, you want to work this epically busy Saturday without a front-end supervisor and you're going to stick one of the store managers up there? Be my guest. Be my guest. This is not my problem. And, I was just so mad. And then when I did put in my 2 weeks notice, she wouldn't speak to me. I think like maybe 2 weeks later, I put in my 2 weeks notice and then only ended up working a week of that because they wanted me to start sooner. And so I was like, okay, so I only ended up working a week. And I even out of the goodness of my heart, when I didn't fucking have to, stayed and worked their stupid effing Moonlight Madness sale, which was from 6 to 9. So I worked a double that day from like 7:30 in the morning till like 10 o'clock, 10:30 that night. And I didn't have to. I could have bailed at 3:30 when I was supposed to leave. But because I felt bad because I had to leave, if I had to cut my 2 weeks notice off by just 1 week, I stayed, went through orientation. They had to do a drug test, so they cut hair off of me. And I think the most I had ever had was like a wine cooler. And they didn't cut enough hair for my drug test. And so the test came back inconclusive, so I couldn't start when they wanted me to because I had to go through another drug test. And I'm like, you fucking kidding me? I could have worked my other week. But it's like, what the fuck ever at that point. I was so done with that place. I'm just like, no. It's just like she didn't even say goodbye to me. She just like gave me the dirtiest look my last day. I'm like, you know what? Fuck you too. It was not a pleasure working with you. Alright, so we're just kind of checking the tutorial. Okay, so he kind of went with like some gold and like this rusty color that we kind of have happening in our grass down here. So, I don't know what do we want to do here. I think I might go with maybe the rusty color, maybe. Oh, see, now it's kind of turning a little bit green. How about we go lime green in this rusty color? I think I'm okay with that. On this one. Alright. So that'll be on that set of trees. Yes, somebody made you a foam board, badly cut out pea pod to attach to the top of your easel. Okay, it's kind of the same coloring there. Okay, so I think we'll do. Now I'm hot. Let me get that off. Temperature lately. Wait, what is that? What's this? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh boy. Okay. So let's get, like, I don't want this to overpower our tree here. So our tree is a slightly different shape than Bob's here, and I didn't quite make the tree as big. Because I wanted my tree to be a little different. So I want some of this dark base color kind of shining through it. Where I can. I know it's going to be a little tricky. But we'll see what we can do here. This is one thing I'm never really good with, is shading the trees. I try. I kind of get to a point where I'm like, I don't know. Okay, so let's see. This is our lime green. So it doesn't really look very much like Bob's, and we kind of knew it wasn't going to, but it kind of has its own sort of bit of whimsy here to it with the color selection. Kind of feels like it's a bit of a fantasy setting. Okay, so this guy is going to be kind of thick there, but it's not on like the very edge, so we should be okay with getting our frame done. I'm just kind of popping in our green here. My green, I don't really want to stray too far off of my tree though, because we've got that lime green in the back. I mean, I guess we could have gone with like a gold and a rust, but I just didn't want to grab another color here. Okay. So I'm just trying to get, like, I don't want to cover up all of that rust color that we put in there either. Like, I want some of that still kind of visible. Well, let's not spill that. That will not make me happy at all. I don't know how much I'm gonna hop into this guy. I do want some of that dark color remaining here. Maybe just a little bit more. We're gonna need these two colors for the other tree as well. And when I was working at the craft store and being head, they actually made me head front end supervisor that didn't come with a pay increase. And then they made me the only front end supervisor who was allowed to train the manager trainees. You know how much I was making when I left there? In the 2000s? $9.50. That was like a $14 an hour position that I was killing myself for. Dealing with their bullshit for under $10 an hour. It was horrible. I'm like, y'all keep heaping a whole shit ton of responsibilities on me for not any kind of compensation here. They actually wanted the office manager and the store manager had originally wanted me to train to be an assistant manager. Like, not long after I started merchandising the kids crafts department. And I was really confused, and I'm like, huh? They're like, we really think you should go through assistant manager training. And I'm like, what's that entail? Because, like, I was immediately anxiety attack, and I'm like, huh? Because, you know, I'm thinking, oh god, I'm dyslexic? Or at the time I didn't realize I was dyslexic, but I knew I transposed numbers, and the thought of having to put security codes into an alarm system freaked me the fuck out. And I'm like, oh god. And I would have to have notes on how to arm a fucking alarm system because I've never done this before. And I don't really think I want keys to the kingdom. I'm super uncomfortable with that. I just want to be a plebe putting stuff on the shelf. That's all I want. And they were starting to tell me, and they're like, yeah, but you'd have to go to North Carolina. And I was like, what? They're like, you'd have to go to North Carolina. I didn't have a car. I wasn't driving. I mean, I had my driver's license, but I wasn't driving. And I was still living at home, and I'm like, I'm kind of doing the dog head tilt at them. I'm like, North Carolina? I was like, why would I have to go to North Carolina to do that? And they're like, oh, well, since this is like your home store, you wouldn't be able to train here. You'd have to go out of state to train at a different store. And I just like looked at them and I'm like they had 3 heads and I'm like, what? It didn't make any sense to me. And I guess it was to like make sure that there wasn't any like underhandedness going on or anything, I guess. But like you couldn't train in the store that you were currently working in for management or whatever. And I'm just like, I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. I was like, I don't really want to go to North Carolina. I'm like, I don't know how I would get around. And they're like, well, you'd have to get a car. I'm like, I don't make enough money for that. I'm like, oh, well, you know, you would get you'd get an increase for the new position. And I'm like, that's okay. I'm like, not right now. I'm good. I'm not even sure if I really want to stay merchandising. So let's figure out one thing before we move to another. And it was so funny because then my friend was like talking me into moving in with her because shit was going sideways at my house between my parents at the time and my sanity was at a breaking point. And they're like, "Oh, don't move in with your friends. Like you don't want to do that. It's not going to end well." And you know, kids being kids, early 20s, it's like, "No, it'll be fine." And me being the stupid dumbass that I was, didn't see it for what it was. And is that something I wish I could take back? Kinda. I all sorts of kinda do. But it happened. And I'm like, y'all wanted me to go to South Carolina to learn how to be a manager with no support system whatsoever. Just throw me into the deep end in a place I don't know anything about, have never been to, have no idea how I'm going to survive. But me wanting to go somewhere where I do have a half-assed sort of support system, you're like, oh no, you don't want to do that. It was very confusing. So, my main problem that really turned me off from wanting to be in management with that company was once you became management, assistant or store, assistant or lead manager, you were then salary. And I kid you not, I had to sit back and watch these assistant store managers just get pummeled into the ground during third and fourth quarter of the year. Like every quarter of the year was bad a lot of the times with that particular store manager flying off the handle at like everything just screaming and just having all kinds of issues. And I'm like, I can't handle that. Like I do not want to be screamed at for UPS not having the vendor delivery on the truck that was supposed to be there because it got delayed in shipping or something. Like, that's not anything that I have control over, and if I get screamed at for that, I'm gonna start crying. And I'm like, I don't know if I can handle that. Number one. Number two, these guys, during fourth quarter, were working almost 80 hours a week. And I'm just like, the fuck? They're like, yeah, I worked 80 hours this week. I'm like, and you don't live in the area. You have like an hour drive home. He's like, yeah. I was like, no. If I'm working 80 hours, I'm getting fucking overtime, okay? No. No. That just seems abusive. And I was just like, no, no. No, 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 no. If I'm forced to be here that many hours in a week, no. I'm getting overtime. I did inventory account team 1 year. And I loved it. Because we were off the floor. The team I was on was in the stockroom. We were in at 6 a.m. So before the sun had even come up, we were in. They got us bagels and breakfast every day that we were doing stockroom count team. And they were ordering in lunch every day because they didn't want us to leave the building and be late coming back because we had to work with a partner. It was 2 people. One person was counting and you were reading off the numbers and doing price checks for the person that was counting, and you were writing on a grid for, there was like this whole spreadsheet grid thing with boxes and stuff for where stuff was located and what bin it was in and everything. And it was dusty back there. It was dirty. My stockroom was very dirty. Like, you could come out looking like you just rolled around on a baseball diamond for how dirty it would be at times. Like, we were covered in dirt and dust and grime. But I loved being back there because we were off the floor and we didn't have to deal with the customers. And we could recover a little bit from the insanity that was before Christmas. And because I think this happened, I think inventory count team went on in that weird space between the day after Christmas and like New Year's or something, or maybe it was like just after the first of the year turned over. It might have been after the first of the year. It was somewhere around in there. It was in a period of time where we weren't super busy up front when we were doing prep for inventory. And because stockroom we had to deal with, Regis, who was the inventory company they used, only did the sales floor, and they only did certain parts of the sales floor. So if something was tiny and it was like a handful of things in a bin, we had to count that. So we had to count all of the scrapbook paper, all of the rubber stamps, anything where there might be a question about the price points. They were mostly counting the stuff on the shelves. Like, we had to inventory the flower racks and all that because the prices were a little bit trickier to deal with. And it would be more time consuming for them to count it. Like, we had to look in every display table on the floor also had the capability of storing merchandise underneath of it. You wouldn't believe the shit we would find in those tables at times. We'd like open a table to check in. We're like, where the hell did all this come from? Like, I kid you not, there was stuff for my department when I was merchandising it for a table display that we had a bunch of craft kits on, and I think the sale had ended. And so the store manager that covered, or the assistant manager that covered my side of the store, I guess, had switched out the display before I had come in, or like that night or whatever. And I never knew what happened to those kits. I thought they just got flushed back into the aisle. Apparently, no. They decided that they were going to drop them under the table and put the tabletop back on it and put something else on there. I had no idea they were there. I was still ordering them. I didn't know I still had them in the store. I'm like, you guys need to tell me this shit. Like, this is how we end up with so much backstock when you guys don't communicate with the people that are ordering the thing. I was like, you really need to tell me this stuff. Because the 1 year I had to help count team on the sales floor. Count team on the sales floor was not a fun experience, let me tell you. Because the customers were coming up to you while you were counting. You're sitting on the floor with pulling merchandise out of a bin. You have this neon yellow or orange, whatever color paper they handed us for the day, and a black Sharpie marker and a roll of tape sitting there in front of you, next to you. And you're sitting on the floor counting through whatever it was. I think I was doing suction cups. And oh my god, there was so many suction cups. And I kid you not, every time I got in the 200s on them, somebody's like, "Do you work here?" I was like, and then I lost my count, and I'm like sometimes I put my hand up, I'm like, 1 second. So I can get to an even number that I can write down somewhere, and I'm like, "How can I help you?" Like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were in the middle of something." I'm like, "What do you need?" And they're like, "Do you have this?" We had to walk the customers to the merchandise, so I couldn't just tell them. And they're like, "Oh no, don't get up, just tell me." And I'm like, "No, if I don't walk you, I'm going to get in trouble." So it was a wild time. And then I had customers getting annoyed at me, and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm in the middle doing inventory. We're doing inventory prep. Can I help you?" Ugh. And I'm like, "Can I help you or not? I'm busy." Yeah, so mine looks a little different. That's fine. Okay, so he's gonna put in a water line. Huh? The first time you introduced brown alone in this, and that's not a water line, Bob. That is land. That is land. That is a bank. That's not really a water line there, Bob. Okay, so he put in some like muddy stuff in there. I'm leaving mine the way it is. I'm sorry. I like mine better. Okay, so what's he doing here? Is he gonna fix that section that's not been... Okay, so he's just kind of adding some more grass in that section that got missed. And he's gonna put in another shrub. I don't know. Do I want another shrub? I really don't. I like it the way it is, to be perfectly honest. I really don't want another shrubbery. I'm not trying to be lazy, but that means I need to get another green into the mix to differentiate it from the hill green. And I think we've got enough colors going on here where I don't really think it's necessary. Now, he kind of brings the green like over this corner. I'm not going to, and that's because our frame's going to cut off a portion of that anyway. So I'm not. So he kind of has like some more of that rock mud there. So he does a little bit of a white water line. I did like a dark shadowy line. I still think I like mine the way it is. Oh no. 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 Oh, he did it. Bobbert. Bob. Bob. Why? Why? Why you gotta do this to me? Oh no. So it's kind of like a birch tree, I guess. Um, okay, he's got some branchy boos on there. And he's gonna stick some leaves on there. I really don't. Wow, he didn't even have time to sign it. I really didn't. I really don't want to. Like, I really don't want to. I mean, I guess we kind of have to. I mean, well, we don't have to do anything we don't want to. Really don't want to put this in, but it does seem kind of empty without it. But I don't know. Would you put this last tree in? He has it coming in through here.
Sorry, still waiting for it to catch up.
It's not caught up?
Yeah, there it goes. I would say yes. Looks like a big empty space without it.
Okay. You're lucky, Bob. So. Alright. This guy kind of sits... How far up does he go? Not all the way. He doesn't actually sit directly on the riverbank either. So he does a dark brown base on this. So my tree is kind of wobbly. But you know, trees can be wobbly. So we're gonna try not to sweat that too much. Boy, that is a bit of a wobbly tree, isn't it? Okay. Alright, we need to get a little bit more of this. This is like way too much, but I don't know if I'll be able to get like the same thickness here. We're gonna try. So then he's got this other branch kind of like, they kind of V together here at the bottom. And we'll kind of take this guy. Up that way. Alright, so now I need to kind of pull this apart some more. And we need to do some scragglies. So he kind of added some little branchy boos coming off here. The top in some places. Fortunately, it doesn't look like any of our branchy boos needed to get the highlight put on them, or at least the white bark treatment. So that's something, I guess. This tree is just like so starkly white. It's like, hi, here I am. Okay, so got that there. I'm gonna have to start putting that to the side. Should I grab like stark white, or should I make it like a, yeah. So maybe we could go with cream, but I did do stark white, so a little bit of water. So let's see here. If I can try to get this figured out here. Okay, so I'm gonna try to like take that up to the top of that tree. All right. So I want just a little bit of that brown kind of showing underneath of it. The branches really didn't get the the white treatment, but at the same time it looks really bizarre without it, now that I'm like kind of looking at it. It feels funny. All right. So maybe we leave the ones back further. I mean, we could put a little bit on there. Very little bit. Or maybe that'll kind of look like a shadow back there. Okay. Okay. How about we just go with that? He did kind of add a small waterline in here. Since I've got the white out, I guess we could. Like just kind of under that dark blue that I had gotten worked in there. Man, that spot has been a thorn in my side today. But not wanting to cover. So sometimes the smaller of a piece you're working with, the more stubborn it is about being attached. So you kind of have to give it a little more attention. Okay, so now we have to throw some foliage on there. So I guess we'll go back to our rust color here. Because that kind of looks similar. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of get some little poof ball things going here. Not tight poof balls. But something that we can kind of get some color thrown up on here. I tend to go with like the slower, less is more approach at times, just to kind of give me the chance to work on building stuff up here. I'm just kind of separating that fiber a little bit. It's a little thick in that one spot. Okay. So, gonna, oh, careful, gonna rotate the mat. We haven't done that in a while. Okay. A little bit of a poof here. Okay. Oh, almost forgot I put you there. Okay. And as much as it burns me to add another new color into this, I might grab a little bit of like a mustardy gold color. Although I don't know if I really need it. Like, should I? I mean, I probably should. Oh, do I want it to be like straight up yellow? Alright, who is this? Varsity Gold. Okay. So. Kind of speckle this in on top. Kind of throw in another little bit of a color change up in there. Kind of add in some splotchy yellow leaves on up into this guy. Okay. Alright, yeah, like we don't need a whole lot of this. Alright, so we are going to end up losing a little bit on the edges here. So I might come back in and start doing my my thing where the edges of the frame might sit. Again, I did that like on one or two of them. The last one I didn't do it on. I didn't do it on this one, but I think the next one I might. So that way I have a buffer zone. But I don't know. It is nice to not have to worry if there's going to be a gap between the frame and the thing. I guess that's good enough there. Like, it didn't need a lot of this. Okay. So, with that, I need to move some things around here. Okay. Finger doodles are gonna come off. And I'm gonna put the needle back in there so we don't accidentally stab ourselves. That would be bad. I need to move some of my Ziploc bags here because I need to plug in the skin searing death machine, so let that start warming up. Okay. So we'll let that drip on that mouse pad there. Okay. We're gonna move the mat. Okay. So we are going to pull our tape border off. Okay. Now we're gonna cut. Oh, wow, that did get warped there on that side, didn't it? Alright, so I'm gonna cut to the edge here of just where we felted to for now. Like, I know this is gonna be bowed out and wonky. It's fine. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna work with the crease there to help hold that all together. Okay, so before I paint this, Ooh. Okay, so that's a slight concern. Oh, hey, these scissors cut this wood. How about that? Well, that's not good. Okay, I am going to take the slightest amount more off of that edge, okay? Probably more than I should have, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so now this side, we're gonna trim off our wonky deformed edge there. And then over here. Okay. So now we're left with this little guy. Trying to remind myself that the glue gun is sitting that way. That's why I'm a little scrunched. I'm going to take my little flat snips here, and to the back of this, I'm going to start to give this a haircut. Now, you don't necessarily have to do this step if you don't want to. I'm doing this to try to get this to lay a little bit flatter in our frame. Because we've got a fair bit of fluff buildup on the back of this guy. We've got a good amount of layers in here. I'm also trying to kind of trim that edge on a bit of an angle, so I don't have any fluff trying to escape the bottom of our frame there. Again, this is just what I'm doing. You do what you want. Just make sure you're not cutting too deep so you don't damage your project. Because while it might be fixable depending on how bad you could potentially damage it, it's going to be definitely an unwanted headache. Okay. Alright, so that's not so bad there. Alright, I am going to take this and move that to the side for right now. So this is our guy. Well, where am I going to put you? I don't have anywhere to put you. Okay, I'll just sit you up there. Okay, so now begins the messy part. We are going to get our paint color of choice for our frame, essentially. So, whatever color you want your frame to be. Oh, wait. I skipped a step. I mean, technically, I guess you could do this after you're done painting, but I tend to do it beforehand. Alright, So I'm going to sign both sides of the magnet back. And the flamingo foot calling card. So this isn't a tulip, it's supposed to be a half-assed. Supposed to be a flamingo footprint. It doesn't always quite come out that way, but that's what it's supposed to be. When do we want to do this? My signature's never the same twice, so it was a nightmare when I had to sign paperwork at the casino in triplicate. Because we had to sign a report. We had to sign a sheet, a cover sheet that stayed on the very top of everybody's file, that we had a grid set up so we could just look to see what date reports were run. And I had to sign that. It was like name, rank, and serial number, except it was name, date, and your casino license number. Or your employee number. Might have been your employee number. Although it was kind of a long number. That might have been my casino license number. I don't even remember what that thing is now anymore. Might have been 15 dash something or other. I don't remember. It was a long number. Alright, so that bit of micron hadn't quite dried yet, but that's okay. We are going to use this side as the one that's going to butt up directly on our piece. So it's going to be glued into place. And this will get covered. Now you can go with whatever color of paint or stain you want to use. I originally started out gessoing these guys, and then I realized, you know what? I don't need to. And the less products that go into something, the lower the cost to make it is. So that's a good thing. And it's not like being lazy. It actually looks better, in my opinion, without the gesso on there. Because then we can kind of see that wood grain coming through on this. And I like that look better. Now, if you would rather have this a color instead of brown, like a colorful color, go at it. By all means. When we were doing the 8x10s, I would just kind of pick a color that kind of went with the piece for the hanging dowel rods that I would attach to it. And I was gonna do the same with this, but husband's like, nah, do them all brown. I was like, alright. Kind of gives that older like actual painting feel, I guess. So this is chocolate brown. Dark chocolate? Dark chocolate brown. From Americana Deco Art. Okay. So this paint seems to kind of behave like the Anita's did, in the respect that if you put some fresh wet paint down on whatever you're using as your paint receptacle, if you have old paint on there and you put the fresher paint on top, it looks like it will cause it to bubble up. And start to try to lift up and mix in with your fresh paint. So I'm gonna just try to not slosh that around too much. Slosh, swirl. Let's go with swirl. Oh, this side bled a little too. Huh. I did not think that micron had been quite that juicy. Maybe it was the way the green was. That's possible. Alright, just trying to blend out that wetter section there. Okay, you're gonna hang out over there and dry. Alright, so now to grab our frame bits. So these are just wooden, thin coffee stirrers, basically. They're pretty flimsy. There is not much to them. But that's okay. I don't need there to be a whole lot to them. I just need them to be my picture frame. And I need to be able to cut them with my X-Acto knife or a pair of scissors. I had some square craft sticks previously that were a little bit thicker, and those might not be so bad to use either, but just make sure that you've got a way to cut them to size. Hello, JR. How are you? Hopefully everything is going well for you today. I really should wash this lid. We'll see if we have time. Today, I don't know if I will. But with my executive function, I think if I'm gonna do it, it probably should be today. Doing okay? Just busy with photos. How about yourself? We're alright. We were supposed to have shitty weather last night, but it turned out to be just rain. And that's okay. I'll take rain over ice. I will actually take snow over ice too. Ice is icky. We're supposed to have some more rain tomorrow. In the morning. And then Windows 11 is trying to tell me they're forecasting 2 inches of snow for Saturday. But our local weather is saying rain. So I don't know if I don't know where Windows 11 is getting its weather forecast from. I'm not sure I believe it. But we're doing okay. I'm struggling to not lapse back into being up all night, and it's not working. I can't really say it's Graveship that ruined me, because I was kind of even like that when I was school aged, where I could just be absolutely exhausted, but sleeping just, it didn't work until I was like absolutely exhausted. So I've been struggling to try to maintain getting up before 8 o'clock right now. Get that? You're really trying to reset your sleep schedule this time. Yeah, like, I can do it when we're traveling. Not that we travel that much, but, like, the few times that we've traveled, it's been a little bit easier to deal with. I mean, I'm still exhausted, but I don't know if it's just the adrenaline of being on the road or, you know, having to get up to ride herd on my mom because she thinks she's still very independent or should have more independency than we give her, but she's very unsteady on her feet and she can't remember the way that we travel from the hotel lobbies to the hotel room. Even when we are with her and traverse it multiple times a day or night for her to go smoke, she's still very confused when she needs to find the elevator in the lobby, and then when she gets off the elevator, she's like trying to go the wrong way, and I'm like, no. And she's unsteady on her feet, so we don't let her go on her own. And she gets mad at us, and she'll be trying to like sneak out of the hotel room at like 5:30 in the morning to go have a smoke. And that's fine, because we would be trying to get on the road no later than 8 to begin with, and it takes the husband some time to get his systems sorted out to be in the car all day, and it takes her a while to get herself together and eat and medication and dressed and all that. That's fine. Like, I'm okay with that. It's just, she's trying to, like, quietly get dressed so she doesn't wake us up. And so we have to hide the hotel room keys when we go to bed. I will either like put them in my pillowcase or put them under my clothes on the side of the room that we're on in the hotel room so she can't find them easily without making a bunch of noise. But like, I've had to kind of become a light sleeper So, like, the slightest noises that seem out of place, sometimes I wake up, depending on my level of tiredness. I was like, what are you doing? She's like, I was gonna try to go smoke. I was like, without one of us? She goes, yeah, you guys don't need to get up. I'm like, Mom, we need to get up. She's like, no, you don't. I'm fine. I'm like, Mom, you're unsteady walking through here. Stop it. I was like, do you even know how to get back to the room? And you didn't have a key. What were you gonna do? I don't know. Uh-huh. Okay. And I don't know if it's just a smoker's thing or what, but wherever there's like the designated smoking area outside of a hotel, this fly will not quit it. It was trying to join yesterday's stream. Um, People will start talking to her that will have been, if they're there first, like she'll go to sit down to start smoking at a bench, and I guess it's just kind of trying to be somewhat friendly, and maybe some people are just naturally people-y people and like talking to new people. That's fine. Okay. I'm like super awkward. I'm like, no, don't talk to me. I'm fine. But there's times where they'll start like rattling off some information about stuff, about who they're in town visiting, and maybe where they're from, and then they'll be like start asking her, oh, well, are you from around here? What are you doing in town? Some of it might actually be just genuine small talk, don't get me wrong, but my mom, how to word this, um as my mom has gotten older, and it fathoms me, it just blows my mind, because for a while we lived in an area that was not the greatest, and you didn't talk to strangers, you didn't acknowledge people on the street, like when they tried to say something to you or whatever. There'd be like the polite slight head nod, and you kept walking, but like you didn't keep the engagement going, like you disentangled yourself as quickly as possible, right? Because you didn't know what was going on or what they were trying to do, if they were trying to steal money from you or rob you or whatever. So you kept it to an absolute minimum, and you kept moving. I don't know if a switch flips in people's brains when they get older or what, but this is not the woman who was so overprotective that we had like 5 locks on a back door, and one was a keyed lock to keep anybody from like breaking in, and telling me don't you dare talk to anybody, and blah 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 blah, and she's sitting down and she's just telling them everything. And Russell had been, I don't know, refilling her coffee or something, and he came out. I wasn't downstairs with her at the time at the one hotel. I might have been getting stuff to put in the car. I might have been packing the car actually. And this guy was like bitching about the economy or whatever, and politics and all that, and my mom's just like, oh yeah. And then my mom starts feeding into it, and or this other time somebody was asking, oh, who you're in town for, and she's like, oh, I'm here visiting my son, and then she starts saying, everything that we're gonna be doing. I'm like, Mom, stop telling people shit. Make shit up. Don't tell them what you're actually doing in town. She goes, why? I was like, you don't know these people. They don't need to know what you're actually here doing. You don't owe them 1 ounce of truth. You don't know who they are. They might have seen you tottering up unsteady on your feet to sit down on the bench, not realizing other people were with you, and were trying to figure out if you were an easy mark to steal from. Like, all that, because she was still carrying around like a big purse at the time with like all of her stuff in it, plus her cigarettes. I'm like, I would beg her, please don't take your purse with me, but my cigarettes are in here. I'm like, Mom, you don't need that. Just take your cigarettes with you, put them in your pocket. We actually got her a tiny crossbody embroidered leather pouch, I guess. I think it's really a cell phone holder, but we got it for her to put her cigarettes in so she's not carrying her purse that people don't know if there's like a bunch of money in it or whatever. And you know, a stiff breeze would knock her over. It wouldn't take much to push her and grab her purse and run before she even knew what the fuck had happened. So I'm like, Mom, you gotta stop. I was like, if you want to talk to these people, she's like, fine, I won't talk to anybody anymore. I'm like, you can talk to them, okay? You can say hi, how are you, whatever. But they don't need to know every fucking real detail about what we're doing here. You don't know what they could be being nice. It's possible. I know there are some nice people that enjoy small talk. Russell and I, people start talking to us and we get suspicious. We're like, can I help you? And we like try to disengage as quickly as possible, or we'll just be like, okay, well, I gotta go, and we like move on. But you know, like they don't need to know what you're in here, what you're in town here to do. You don't know these people. You don't, they might even be from here. They might be telling you a story. They might have just pulled into the parking lot. Did you see them actually go up to a room? Did you see them enter a room? Or are they just pretending that they're staying here? Like, you don't know these people. Maybe they just travel around looking for easy people to steal from. I don't fucking know. It's like, but you need to stop. These people don't need to know every detail about why we're in town. And this is another reason why she's not allowed to be maneuvering around the hotel without us. Like, no. You're just over here giving everything away. Like, total strangers don't need to know that you're in town visiting your son. I'm like, what are you doing? They don't need to know what town we're moving on to next. Like, stop it. Please. Okay. Alright. So, I'm gonna stick with that. Well, I might still need that. Okay. You are gonna sit back there. Okay, which was the worst smear? This side. Alright. Done with that. I need my glue cup. So that's the cup I'm using to put the glue in for the big tissue paper project. I actually pulled out one solid chunk of glue from this cup once already that has accumulated. I don't really know how much of this I want to squeeze out. Like, I don't want to waste it with more than I need. But at the same time, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, oh right. Need my pencil. Okay. So, I have a tape on here because there's the name of the what's on here. What the hell? I have no idea what's all over that. I tape over the company that made this because it's not sponsored and all that. So this is actually a little less than 3 inches. Huh. Or is it 3 diagonal? No, it's more than that. Okay. So if you go edge to edge, it's about there. So 3 would be a little bit of an overhang. So if we were to do that, no, you need to not move. Seriously. Okay, so you can go there. And then, dang it, stop moving. So, like there. Okay. So, how big are you? So, that's showing a little less than 3. I don't know if I quite believe that. I had a similar experience a few years ago with someone phoning for a review or something like that. He ended up telling them loads, and it didn't occur to him afterwards when my mom and I gave him a bollocking that he was probably speaking to phone scammers. Thing is that you live in a very sociable area of England, so chat does happen. Yeah, like I understand that there's chatty people, and some people are genuinely just being friendly and they're on vacation, and it's like, oh, hi, they like meeting new people. That's fine. But at the same time, for some reason, a switch seemed to have flipped in my mom's brain, and she doesn't even think about the possibility anymore of somebody being not truthful or up to no good or anything. And I'm like, Mom, I'm sorry. We grew up in what town? We've worked in this other town? Like, who are you? Because you're not the person that grew up being paranoid about me even walking home. So, like, what? So I know that one did split a little bit. Now, see, this is somehow smaller than when we originally cut it. What is happening? Okay, so, like, we lined that up, and I thought I had extra. I Okay. I mean, it's that or I measure this one and we go the full 3. Like, I don't want her, like, telling people our movements or anything. 'Cause there's some crazy ass people out nowadays. You know? Who the hell knows if they're gonna, like, try to, like, follow you when you get on the road. Or maybe they saw what hotel room you were in. And if you're gonna be in town for a couple days, you know, like, you don't want somebody trying to break into your hotel room if they think you're gonna be gone for a while. Maybe they were trying to distract you so that they could, like, pick your pocket or whatever. Or, you know, a whole myriad of things. No, see, that's kind of the right length. Alright. So, hi. Hi, Thumpy Butt. Look at that tail. Look at that tail. Are you so happy? Oh. Speak. Oh. Do you have to go potty? Hi. When Zuzu demands attention, if I'm not paying attention to the fact that he has walked up to me, he will slam his ass into the floor and it will make a thumpy noise. And he will keep doing that until I acknowledge him. Hi, buddy. Are you able to take him potty or do I need to get him?
Not at this moment.
Is that the same game?
Yeah, it's the event going on.
Oh. I haven't looked at that yet. Okay. I will be back in just a minute. I gotta take dog potty. I'm back. I'm just trying to get resettled here. He wanted to take me on a tour of the yard, and I'm like, no, no. Last dog used to sit next to you with her front paws rapidly stamping and making a whimpering noise sometimes. If that didn't work, she would rest her chin on your leg. Ah, yes. The U-shaped drool. Very familiar with that. Having once owned a St. Bernard. Okay, so if you are in here like that, so I need you. It's still about the same size. Okay. Alright. Yeah, no, either our neighbor just returned from wherever she had been, or he just really wanted to dick around and patrol the yard, which I didn't have time for right now. Because he was trying to drag me with all of his little 20-pound might to the other side of our house towards our backyard. Because he's infatuated with our neighbor. I dare say I might actually be fourth choice in this house if we include the neighbor next door. Where I think he would actually prefer to hang out with her instead of me at times. Alrighty, so we need like one more, roughly.
Oh, we took your thing off.
Huh?
We took her thing off.
I did not. You did. You escorted her in the house after we came back this morning. I had Zuzu.
Let's go, baby. Come on.
I did not even know you had taken it off of her. Alright, so. Come on, Snuffles. Come get your snack, kid.
Come on, Snuffles. We'll go outside, then we'll get snacked. Come on.
This dog is not the brightest critter in the world. Half the time she just stares at us, even though we've been working with snacks, teaching her what different words mean. And it kind of seems like she gets it, and then we go to do it another time and she's like, huh? And then she'll do everything else but what you want her to do. I'm like, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. We've been over this. We have not had her from a puppy, though. So, like, the boys, Zuzu and his brother, they were, half the time I didn't even have to say anything. I would just go to do an action and ooh, they were there. They knew what I wanted. That was awfully quick.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jack, eat. Good job.
But this one, we have not had this one from puppyhood. She's really only been in our presence. Non-stop since probably probably October, maybe the beginning of November. And they think she's about 5 or 6. So it's been tough trying to get her to understand what the heck it is that we want from her. So this is like the extra messy part here. Trying to get this attached. No. We don't really know the full story with her. Something about the people that had her couldn't take care of her any longer. And then somebody else ended up with her. But then they really couldn't do it. And then she ended up with Russell's one aunt that lives in Missouri. And she was going to keep her. And she had her for a little bit, but she's an excited peer at times. We have found out. And she's a bit of an attention whore. Like jealous attention whore. She's not aggressive about it, but if you are like if we're petting Zuzu, she will like smush her way in and kind of like push him out of the way. And then his aunt was trying to say she really only did it because she didn't want the dog going to the pound, but then she was trying to say her husband really didn't want the dog in the house, and so his mom took her. She decided she wanted the dog. I think she was jealous because my mom got guinea pigs for Mother's Day the one time, and because my mom really wanted like a puppy or kitten of her own, but with that being anywhere between like a 10 to 20-year commitment, and with us not knowing if we were going to be moving after my mom passes, and already possibly having to deal with moving the pets that we do have, that was going to be a nightmare. So we're like, well, what about guinea pigs? We've done guinea pigs before. You like guinea pigs, right? They've got a shorter lifespan. We could do that. And so she was agreeable to that, and then his mom suddenly shows up with a dog. But she took the dog with her and the other sister that she was traveling around with. And when she came back this last time, when we went to Florida, when she came back to take care of the cats and the guinea pigs, um, Zuzu seemed to have attached himself to her, or at least that's what we thought. So, they took the dog to get her groomed, just to get a bath or whatever. And, not realizing that this dog needs a lot of grooming, because Russell and I would just shampoo the boys in the tub, their fur was a lot thinner. And, didn't mat as much as this one seems to be doing. Like, we found some mats that we're not sure we're comfortable dealing with, so when it gets warmer out this summer, we're gonna take her to a groomer's and see if they can just shave her for the summer. It's not like she's gonna be out in the sun, but that way we have a starting point where we have like a clean slate sort of deal, where we can keep after the mats a little bit easier. And after Zuzu seemed to freak the fuck out, pacing and whining and just losing his mind when that dog got dropped off at the groomers, like, it was worse than when his brother passed. Like, he didn't, we're like, oh my god, what is happening? So then we decided that we're gonna have to keep his mom's dog in our possession, because this guy has decided that this is his new friend, and has started losing his mind while she's at the groomers. So we think she's a Shih Tzu. She's got thick fur that kind of reminds you of a mop. It's not corded like a mop, but it's kind of curly as it's getting longer. And she's got like one of those pushed in faces, so she snores real loud. It makes grunty noises, and I swear to God, one of her grunty noises sounds like Zuzu's one hedgehog toy. And so that's how we ended up with this one. Her name was Sweetie, but Russell will sometimes refer to me as Sweetie, and I'm like, or sometimes I will refer to him as Sweetie, and I'm like, I can't call the dog that. Like, that's her name. I'm like, no, I can't. Because then we're not going to be able to differentiate who I'm talking to. I was like, no. So I changed her name to Snuffles, because she sounds snuffly. She is responding to it, finally. But even in moments of frustration where she's not doing what we've taught her to do, we will revert back to her old name, and she's still like, huh? I'm like, oh my god. We think that whoever originally had her had either a fenced in yard or a dog run, that they would just open the door and it would just go to that specific area. Because when we go to take them to the park in the morning, she's like, we pick up her harness and she's like bolting for the door, and we're like, no, you have to come over here. Do they really see the top dog is? I don't think she has a single clue. This dog is like lights on, nobody's home half the time. It's she just kind of stares at you vacantly half the time, and I'm like, oh my. Like, she'll just right out ignore me half the time. And Russell's like, well, you're not the one that feeds her, that's why. I'm like, Russell, she's your dog. No, she loves you too. No. You can tell when a dog loves you or when they tolerate your existence, because she'll ignore me half the time. but she'll follow him around the house. If he leaves our room to go to the bathroom, she will be laying up against the bathroom door waiting for him to come out, like within 30 seconds. Like, I was like, no, it's your dog, whether you want to admit it or not. Like, you can try to tell me she's not your dog all you want. Like, even Zuzu just tolerates me. He's really Russell's dog, too. Yeah, I'm inconveniently in her way because I take Russell's attention away from her. Which is mildly frustrating because you know how that saying goes, oh, owners look like their dogs sometimes? Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. That little like fun thing people would say. Well, I have a theory that when Russell's mom is home, she's like constantly doing shit where she needs him to come help her with something. So then she's monopolizing his time even if we were in the middle of doing something. And I'll like go find him. I'm like, "Are you coming back or what? We were in the middle of this." He's like, "Oh yeah." And then she'll like find an excuse that she needs him to do something for her again a few minutes later. I'm like, "We're not done dealing with our shit." Like, hello. And this dog is exactly like that. Like if we're sitting on the bed, or we're going to bed and we're kind of exchanging, like he'll scratch my back and I'll scratch his leg, just to kind of settle in and get comfy and settle down for the night. And she ain't having it. She's like trying to worm her way in between me and him so that I can't get there. And then she just kind of sits there and stares at me vacantly like, "What?" I'm like, "Move." And she's like, "I don't understand what that means." I'm like, "Of course you don't." Of course you don't. He's not even that big of a dog person either, which astounds me. I had kind of wanted to get your Meg always gets jealous and barks if anybody gets a hug. Yeah, it's like, back off, dog. Like, she's constantly rolling around on my side of the bed when I get up in the morning, and Russell's like, "See, she loves you." I'm like, no, no, I don't think that's what this is. I think she's trying to eradicate my smell from the bed by rolling around where I was laying, and she's trying to cover it with her smell. I think that's what this really is. I really don't think she's rolling around in my spot because she loves me. I think she's rolling around because she wants to eliminate me, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. I'm like, no, 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 that's not it. He's like, "Yeah, it is." I'm like, no. She's rolling around, flipping herself over, doing barrel rolls on the bed in the entirety of where I was laying, up by my pillow. Like, no. She's trying to mark this as hers now that I've gotten out of the spot. That's entirely what this is. He's like, "You're being ridiculous." I'm like, "No, I'm really not, but okay." I'm like, "That's what this is." Like, I've had dogs longer than you have. That is entirely what this is. But he's not even that big of a dog person. But like Momo was my guy. I kind of had wanted to get a puppy so Zuzu wasn't alone. But I was kind of hoping for a puppy that we could bond with a little bit better. And so he wouldn't have any kind of weird, like, territory issues with an adult dog, because we had adopted temporarily another dog at one point that turned out to be a male, and it did not go well. This dog wasn't that much bigger than him, but he did stand over him. And they were constantly snapping at each other, and the other dog was constantly peeing on our bed, like whenever Russell came home. And we thought it was in excitement, and no, I think he was just trying to claim the bed as his. I can't tell you how many times a week I had to wash our fucking comforter. I was getting so tired of it. I was hoping that we were gonna stop that. Like, I didn't want to give up on this dog. And they had said his sibling had been adopted out already, and I felt bad because I'm like, oh, you mean you separated them? I mean, how long had they been together? Like, that seems like not a great idea. But the I wasn't running the shelter, and I guess somebody only wanted one of them. But things came to a head. I was here taking care of my dad. We'd really gotten the dog for my dad, but this dog had so much energy. I literally walked this dog around town for like an hour. Brought him back. He laid down, took a 20-minute nap, and was ready to go again. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I don't have time to walk you for 2 hours a day. I just don't. I've got other shit I've got to do. And he didn't like cats. They didn't know how he handled cats. They didn't have that information. I kid you not. One of the cats was sitting on a stack of cases of water near the entrance to our kitchen while I was making dinner. And he laid on the floor and barked at this cat for 45 minutes straight while I was trying to make dinner. Russell was at work, and I was like, oh my God, I am going to lose my mind. Russell came home and he goes, what's the matter? I'm like, this dog has been barking for 45 minutes straight. Please make him stop. We, so we were having issues with that. We were still trying to make it work. And then him and Zuzu got into a fight. And I don't mean a little snappy snap. This was a fight. Where Zuzu had enough of his shit. I guess they were trash talking each other. And Zuzu had enough, and Zuzu kind of like half lunged at him. But Zuzu's much shorter than him, so like he barely reached the bottom of his chest. Well, the other dog's like, I don't think so. And he pinned Zuzu with one of his feet. And he was like trying to bite at him. And I could not separate them. Fortunately, Russell had been home for that. And he was able to get them separated. It didn't end in any bloodshed, but I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I was okay with trying to make everything else work, but if they fight like that again and I'm the only one here, I'm like, I can't do that. Like, I could not get them apart this time. Plus, I was afraid I was going to get bit in the crossfire, right? So, this was a dog we had no history on. So I'm like, right, he needs to be the only dog in the house. So the next day we called the shelter and we took him back and we re-sponsored him. Because when we had adopted him, he was already sponsored. So his adoption fee had already been paid. And we didn't want to be assholes about it. So we re-sponsored him. And we gave the shelter some more information, like no cats, probably better that he's the only dog in the household. And they're like, okay, that's great, that's helpful. We're like, we're sorry it didn't work out. And but you know, I'm always kind of leery now of bringing in a adult dog or a non puppy classed dog into a house that has existing doggos. Hello? Oh, yeah, now you'll. I was squeezing it and it wasn't coming out. I was like, what's happening here? So yeah, I'm nervous now when dealing with an adult shelter dog when there's already another dog in the house. If it's like only dog, then that's fine. We can work with that. So your Meg often did the same thing. If your brothers have gone home for a visit, you set up a blink camera. One of the rooms that would catch her jumping on the bed and making as much of a mess as she could and quickly getting out of there. Yeah. I had one little dog growing up. Well, not really growing up. We had ended up getting a little dog, not knowing much about him, not knowing much about the breed. It was a Pomeranian Sheltie mix. Okay. Did not know that that combo can be a bit psycho-y, or at least this particular one was. Um, it also might have had something to do with how my mom would interact with him, shall we say, at times. But he was a little bit spastic, to put it nicely. Whenever the mail came, he would attack the blinds. At that particular house, we had the Venetian vertical blinds. Like the little plastic back slatty things. And they would go flying in every which direction when he was trying to bark aggressively at the mail being delivered. Excuse me. I inhaled and started coughing. My one sibling, the one that used to be a cop, thought he was such a badass because he was a canine cop. So he's like, "Oh, I know how to handle dogs." So I'm like, "Yeah, okay." This dog did not like him at all. This dog was in charge and wanted nothing to do with him. And my brother, being my brother, was like, "Oh no, you need to stare the dog down to show them that you're the one who's in control, that you're the boss, that they have to listen to you. And you can't look away first, or it's not gonna work." And I'm like, every time he came over, he would attempt to stare this dog down. And this doggo was like, fuck you! And would stare right back the entire time to where my brother had to look away first. And it was kind of hilarious. But I was holding the dog the one day. He was like maybe 15 pounds. So I was holding him. I was standing in the kitchen. And he has this new like windbreaker thin coat on. We're not there yet. um and my brother, it was a brand new coat. I think he had it like 2 days. I think it was like a $50 coat or something. Um my brother was over, I'm holding the dog, and he's, fucking with the dog, trying to stare him down. And I'm holding him, and I was near the doorway to leave the kitchen to go into the living room. And he starts to walk by me while I'm holding the dog. And because he had turned his head and didn't finish their staring competition, my crazy man decided he was going to take the opportunity that had just presented itself so beautifully to him on a silver platter, and lunged in my arms. I was totally not expecting it, so I wasn't ready for it. He lunged, almost flew out of my arms, and bit his arm. I managed to pull him back in time to where he put a small hole the size of a canine fang in the jacket, but didn't actually hurt the sibling. So, mind you, my sibling was like 30, 20 something at the time, so he fucking knew better. Alright? But this dog was crazy. I didn't trust this dog, and I'm the one that had to sleep with him. So, he slept in my room with me. But, like, I tried to take him for walks for a couple times, and there'd be kids, like, riding their bikes past us or whatever, and he'd go crazy on the leash. He would, like, trying to, like, go after them. I'm like, oh, nope, 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 we're not doing this. So I would, like, have to turn around and carry him home. I'm like, no, what we're not doing is this. No, 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 no. Did I? Have I lost my mind? Did I only pull out 7? Uh... How many of these did I paint earlier? Did I? Oh! Oh my god. Sorry. I missed it. I'm like, I know I counted out 8. I know for a fact I counted out when I pulled them out of the bin. Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't mind me. I'm just losing my mind. Okay. Alright, so I just wasn't paying attention to the fact that I hadn't painted 8. I'd only painted 7. So yeah, he put a hole through his brand new jacket, and boy was he pissed. He was like, "Dog, put a hole in my brand new jacket." I'm like, "You're the one that was fucking with him. I don't know what to tell you." Like, I don't know what you expected from this. Like, sorry, I'm not replacing your coat. You're the one that was standing here dicking around with him. You knew what was gonna happen. You know this dog doesn't like you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is a you problem, considering you were in the house and I was holding him while you were fucking with him. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I liked the dog, but he was a psychopath. Like, we couldn't really take him anywhere. One time, like, this dog would like chew my underwear to shreds if he found where it was or pulled it out of the laundry. Like, I had to like hide my laundry in a closet so he couldn't get to it. Like, it was crazy. Um I then one night he was eating something and I didn't know what it was because he shouldn't have had anything. And I'm like, "What do you have?" And I couldn't even see it, but you could tell he was trying to chew something, and I didn't want him eating something he wasn't supposed to. Like, I don't want to have to deal with an emergency vet bill, you know? I'm like, "Give it to me." And he wouldn't give it to me. So I went to open his mouth with my one hand, and the other hand, I was gonna pull it out. Well, um, fucker turned on me and lunged forward on the hand that was trying to pull out what he had in his mouth. It turned out it was like a huge dust bunny or a chunk of fuzz that he was trying to eat. And we stood there. He was on the bed and I was kind of kneeling above him, like with my knees on the mattress. But I was taller than him. I have him I have my one set of hands like over his nose trying to pry his jaw open when he lunged forward on the hand that was trying to get in there to pull out what was in his mouth. And he has now lunged forward on my fingers. He didn't bite down very hard, but we were in the middle of a battle of who was going to win this. And, you know, I'm the only one in the room when this happened. I think my parents were home, but they were in a different room. Because this was on my bed as well. And I'm like, "Fucker." I'm like, "You better let go of me." And like, I was like, "Sir, this is not going to end well if you don't let go of me." Finally got his jaw open with the other hand that had been on his nose. And when I pulled it out, I realized it was a clump of like fuzz off the rug. I'm like, "The fuck is wrong with you? It's not even food and you're lunging on my hand." I'm like, "Don't you ever do that again." Like, I had teeth marks in my skin, but he never broke the skin. So he kind of was trying to see how far he could push me. And I'm like, "Don't you dare." And you know, he was nuts. I don't know if he was inbred or if it was just a bad combination of breeds that got mixed together there, but he was crazy. From that point on, I was a little bit wary of him. Like, I didn't trust him as much anymore after that incident. Like, I trusted him as far as I could throw him, and that wasn't very far. So I'm like, yeah, no. I was scared to death when Russell entered the picture and was moving in with us. He had smelled Russell's scent on my stuff because I had gone to visit him a couple of times. So he had smelled it because he was smelling my suitcases and stuff and me and everything when I came back. And with how this dog behaved with my brother. And it was like anytime anybody came over to the house, this dog had to be kept in a bedroom because he would go crazy at them. Like, he would just be like a rabid chihuahua trying to go after somebody. And I'm like, "Oh my God." I'm like, and Russell's moving in. I'm like, "We're gonna have to keep this dog away from him. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do." And don't you know that fucking psychopath never growled, never flinched, never batted an eye. He acted like Russell had been there since he was a puppy. I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. The way this dog acts with everybody else, he did not give one flying fuck that Russell was in the house, in my room, in there with both of us. He never growled once, never barked. It was crazy. I'm like, this dog's fucking possessed. I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, I was truly terrified at that point. I'm like, this dog's got an end game that I just don't know. He's playing like 6D chess, man. I'm like, what is happening? He's just done absolutely everything opposite of what we were trying to plan and account for possibly happening. I don't know, man. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. One of these days the glue will get to the bottom of this bottle. Come on. That's how you can tell I'm getting low on the glue in here. But I didn't want to open another bottle until this one's done. Yeah, that dog always made me real nervous. Like, the mail would come. At that house, too, we had regular mini blinds. We had mini blinds. We had, like, a picture window above the couch. He would sit there on the couch, on the back of it, and just wait for the mailman. And as soon as the mail dude tried to walk up the driveway to put the mail in the box, oh no. He destroyed about 5 different sets of mini blinds. He was in such a frothing frenzy trying to get the person putting something in the mailbox that he would be biting the mini blinds, and there were days where you would just see chunks of plastic go flying up into the air. It looked like a cartoon. I'm like, what the hell is happening? I'm like, this dog seems more dangerous than a pit bull at the moment. But I'm just like, oh my god, what is going on? Like, it was unbelievable. But I will say it was something about my brother, because we had gotten a basset hound. I had kind of gotten a basset hound at one point. And the dog ended up bonding to my mom and not me after the crazy man had passed away. And this dog hated my brother too. At that point, I was working at the casino and I was on grave shift. And, you know, my brother being a cop, his shifts would vary. But he usually ended up coming over during the day at some point while I'm trying to sleep. And, well, we were both on grave shift at that point. And so we had taken the bigger bedroom that was in our basement instead of the, like, nursery size bedroom that I had upstairs. And you knew when my brother was over, because that basset hound would hide under the kitchen table and bark non-stop at him from the second he walked in the door till the, like, a half an hour after he left. And after he left, she would be hunting the house trying to find him. Is he gone? Is he actually gone? Oh my god, he was in this house? Like, I'm like, dog. I'm like, Mom, you gotta put her in your room or something when he comes over, if he's gonna be here for a while, because she keeps waking me up while I'm trying to sleep with her loud barkiness. see about getting this laid into here. So needless to say, we're going to go over a little bit today, time-wise. Alright, I'm just trying to get my edges kind of mushed down in here. So I'm using the Tacky Glue to anchor this. Because I have found at times that the hot glue doesn't hold the best alone with this stuff. Like, it helps, don't get me wrong, but it on its own isn't the greatest. Okay. So now we need to get our other pieces here. All right. That dog was always an adventure. We had adopted, I don't know if adopt is the right word. We bought an older collie from the breeder that we had gotten one of our other collies from at one point for a discount because the breeder's like, this dog keeps coming back. I can't get rid of her. They're like, I don't know what to do. She's like, everyone keeps returning this dog. Like, the dog did not. She goes, every so often I get a dog that just does not want to leave here. And she could not. This dog would just like sit in the corner of a room, facing the corner, and just drool and pant. And like, didn't want to anything to do with anybody. We gave it like a week and it wasn't getting any better. And we were starting to get concerned. This dog's fur was so thick that the collar we had on her slipped. She ducked out of it. I have no idea how she managed to do it because we thought the collar was on there pretty tight. Joke was on us. All of her fur caused it to not be as attached as we perceived it to be. She slipped the collar and got away. Like, she was running. We finally managed to catch her, like, a street over, but she was, like, almost running out into traffic, and I'm like, oh my god. This dog's gonna get hit by a car. We ended up taking her back, too, because we couldn't handle it. We're like, I'm sorry. I know there's an adjustment period, but now she's escaped us. And, I think at that time, something had happened to our fence. Like, it wasn't fully up, or part of it had come down or something. So, or we were in the process of getting a new one. And at that point, I think if the fence had been intact and in good repair, she would have jumped it. Like, she did not want any parts of being there. And I'm like, seems kind of mean to make this dog stay someplace she doesn't want to be. She wants nothing to do with us. But that was before we found out the first collie we had gotten from her had a brain tumor. Or a suspected brain tumor. And we didn't know until the night we ended up in the emergency vet with him and he passed away. We had been having all kinds of problems with this dog. Like, he was pushing us to our wits' end. Like, he started out fine as a puppy and all, everything was good. And then as time was going on, he would like start standing in the corner in our kitchen just staring at the wall in the corner. And we're like, "What are you doing? You're being weird." And if we would try to like go to like nudge him out of the way, he'd snap at us. And we're like, "What is your deal?" And he could go down the stairs to go outside to go potty out into the yard once we had the fence fixed and everything. And then he wouldn't come back in. It was kind of like a husky in the snow. He wouldn't come in. He didn't want to get up. He didn't want to come in the house. I'm like, "You have to come in for dinner. Let's go. It's pouring rain. We are both getting drenched. You need to come inside." He would not come in. I'm like, "I can't leave you out here. You have to come into this house." And he would get downright like bitey and barky and snarly. And then he would stand at the bottom of the steps to come up our back porch and he would like start to try. It was like he couldn't remember how to come up the stairs. I'm like, "What the hell is going on? You came down these. You went up them just fine earlier." It was so bizarre. It got to the point where we thought he was just being stubborn. So we had a big towel by our back door that we would have to go outside. It became a two-person job to get him back in the house. We would have to put the towel under his stomach and like walk him up the steps. And once he got in the house, he seemed fine. And I'm like, "What the hell?" Whenever we went to the vet, he would balk and would refuse to walk towards the exam rooms. Like, we were dragging him basically, like one of us was pushing him and the other one was pulling with the leash, and all of the vet techs and everything would just laugh. They're like, "Oh, he's so silly," like he was like doing his best Eeyore impression. And we would tell, I have no idea where that just went. Oh, there it is. Went flying behind me. And we would tell the vet, several different vets would have seen him over the course of going to this veterinary office. And we would tell them repeatedly, we're like, "We don't understand. He starts behaving like this, and we don't understand why." And they're like, "Oh yeah, he's a stubborn one." And that would be the end of it with them. And I'm like, this has to be more than that. Something's wrong. And so we just kind of kept trudging through until one night he was like on the floor, woke my mom up. He was like convulsing and shaking on the floor and making these like terribly strangly whimpered noises. It was horrible. And there was one 24-hour vet in the area. We had a hell of a time getting him in the car. And then we got there and they're trying to evaluate him and figure out what's going on. And they're like, "Well, we think, well, he's like having seizures." And we're like, "Oh my God." We're like, "We think you're gonna have to like make a decision on if you want to put him down or not." And then he died before we had the chance to make a decision. And the vet was like asking us some more questions after the fact, and we're telling them, about how he had been lately, and she's like, "It sounds like he has a brain tumor that was causing him seizures." And we're like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, they can have like a certain form of a seizure where they go temporarily blind, and that's what they'll do when that happens. They'll just stand in a corner and stare, or sit in a corner and stare at it when that happens." And they're like, "That classically sounds like what was happening here." And we're like, "Are you kidding me?" all the times we told our other vet, multiple different vets at that office, because it wasn't just one veterinary doctor at that place. Not a single one of them brought up the possibility of trying to investigate it further. Nothing. I'm like, it would have been nice to know if this dog had a medical reason for being this way. Maybe we could have done something a lot sooner before it came to this. We were mad. And ever since that incident, I did not like dealing with that veterinary office that had been our main veterinary office. Okay, so that needs to get cut off a little bit more. Cut away to help with my... No, this was a different one. This was our collie that we had at one point. And he was like almost 100 pounds. He was like a good 80, 95 pounds. He was a trial to deal with. And like, we were mad at him a lot of the time because we thought he was just being stubborn, but at the same time we felt like this was something else. But we're like, we were... Ow, oh, hey, cut the wood, not your finger. Like, we were mad that our other vet never mentioned that it could be a possibility. I thought I lost another piece again. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm like, where did it go? I just had it. So, love collies, that's what Meg is. And your first one, who was also convulsing before we lost her. Yeah, like, I didn't know that, like, I don't know if that was just a thing that could happen with them, or if it was just a fluke thing with that particular dog. But he was considered not show ring quality because the white around his neck was broken by other colored fur. So she was selling him at a discount. Because it was a big collie breeder about 45 minutes from where we lived. She like had all kinds of pedigree paperwork for this dog. Like who the parents were in the show ring, what their show names were. And yeah, no, like, we would have done something for this dog had we known. But we didn't know. And it wasn't like we weren't mentioning any of his shenanigans to our other vet. And it took the emergency vet saying something like, hey, you know, it could have been this. And we're like, what? I mean, I don't know if they would have done surgery on that to begin with, but if they didn't, maybe we could have put him out of his misery a little bit sooner instead of making him suffer through all of that. But, I mean, like, it was not a fun experience for anybody involved. Okay. So, we're gonna try to slide this into place here. I'm gonna use my handy dandy binder clips here. as sort of like impromptu C-clamps. That is more than I've had to do before, so I might have to get some more out. But like, we felt horrible. Like we were really mad at our vet, our main vet, because we're like, where did you all get your medical degrees for these animals? Because multiple ones of you here, we've told you what we've been experiencing, and none of you mentioned that it could be something more serious. You all just brushed it off. 5 minutes of talking to an emergency vet that we've never met before, that has never treated this dog before. And they're like, oh yeah, these are all classic symptoms of this. I'm sorry, what? Like, we didn't have the money for them to do doggy autopsy to verify for sure. But on one of the x-rays, they're like, it kind of looks like that's what's happening. And we're like, Jesus Christ. So after that happened, I really didn't like going to that other vet office from there on out. But they were like the easiest to get to vet office for us. It was like the one we could get to, so it was kind of like we didn't have a whole huge choice there in the matter. Kinda. Oh, no, that one's not been opened that far before. Some of these are real stiff and don't like to cooperate. Okay, so we've got those two kind of chilling. I'm gonna need a few more clippy clips here. I should have more. I'm trying also not to touch the glue gun with the angle that my arm was at. I was getting real nervous. Like one of these was like, nope, I'm not opening that fire. Ow! Bitch! You're offensive. You go that way. That hurt really bad. Okay. So I'm gonna get some more of our tacky glue here. And we'll pop this into here. I'm trying to go fast because I know we are running late, but some days this requires a little extra time to wrap up. Oh, don't tell me you're not gonna fit in here right now. No. Oh, you dick! I should have made sure. Where'd it go? Oh my god, where did it go? It didn't look like it flew. It didn't hit me in the head. Okay. Everything's going wrong. The supplies are rebelling. I don't know what's happening. I just had one of my binder clips go flying through the air, hit the wall, and I don't know where the fuck it landed. I don't know, man. I thought it was still stuck to the scissors, but it's not there. Is it this? No. I never heard it fall. That is bizarre. Okay. Right. The supplies are becoming sentient. They're taking off. They're like, I'm out of here. You're not paying us overtime. I don't pay you at all. What are you talking about? Okay. Let me rinse the glue out of that because it's starting to dry. I know that was a Glue God's brush, but that doesn't mean that I want it to be unusable. Oh, of course, this one. What? God damn it! Stop it! Man, these binder clips are pissy today. No. Not at all. Not at all. Come on. Thank you. For fuck's sake. Alright. So, this was the first side. Right, that kinda got put into the right place, but only kinda. So, this is what hello. This glue gun gets a little bit angry sometimes. Okay. So I did put a little bit there just to kind of help that corner. We'll clean that up in just a minute. So this was the next side that got attached. That doesn't look too bad. This guy. Okay. That was the last one to go on. Let me see how we're doing on this side. Don't know how I feel about that side. Alright. So, I don't know that this side's gripped enough yet. I am going to just put a little bit more on that back corner there. Sorry for the political thing, but there are plans to rename Greenland Red, White, and Blue Land if Trump purchases it. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Today has just been... Oh my god. This man. Yeah, but at least you don't have to live with him. We're not... There's a lot of us over here that are not happy. Who did not sign up for this shit. That didn't vote for him. Or his girlfriend. Because of the previews of what was going to happen the first time around. And I don't...
JR, I need to congratulate you. This is the first time in how long you been streaming, dearest?
I don't know.
This is the first time in years she has ever talked anything politics on her channel.
Well, it's because I try to
so
not,
I congratulate you for breaking that from her.
I try.
Well done.
I try not to because you never know what's gonna happen, and I don't feel like dealing with people being shitheads about it. But I just want you to know that this man does not speak for the majority of the people in this country. And a lot of the people in this country do not agree with a single fucking thing that comes out of this man's mouth. We don't understand how this happened.
Well,
a lot
I
of
understand how it happened, but
some of us feel like there was fuckery afoot and that's how this happened. And some people just were too ill-educated and refused to see that what would potentially happen or what was going to happen should they oh goody, another bot.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to
click their name. There's going to be dots that show up on the box.
Yeah.
And then there's the report spam. And when it asks you if you want to block, yes. And then when you come back, there's like a little symbol above where it says messages that they've done in the chat, and you want to click that to ban, to block and ban. Just know, we are not all crazy motherfuckers, and we do not all believe what this man is trying to do. And some of these poor bastards just wanted cheaper groceries.
Dumb motherfuckers.
And seemed to honestly believe he was gonna make that happen.
And refused even the most basic of research to figure out what pricing was like previously.
And some people thought that, oh yeah, these tariffs, they're going to be a good thing. No, no. Do you understand how tariffs work? You obviously don't. Someone needs to teach you. And then there were videos flying about how tariffs actually work. And people are like, no. And we're like, yeah. And yeah, and this happened. But I guess it was bound to happen when there are individuals that don't believe certain incidents in Germany actually happened. When there were people walking around in this country with proof that it fucking happened with tattoos up their arms, but okay. And there's literal skeletal remains of buildings that prove that this shit happened, but we're just gonna ignore all that, apparently. There's also people that believe 9/11 didn't happen, and it makes me shrivel inside. I'm like, excuse me?
I have to say, I think they're nuts, but I can, at least 9/11, they're not saying it didn't happen.
Some people straight up say it never happened.
The majority of these psychos don't say it didn't happen. They say the government did or whatever. And there's no way to actually prove that. It's not like where you can go to Germany and see how much the country's changed since then for a reason and walk the halls of horror.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like you said, people who had tattoos that survived.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. I've seen that exactly once and it was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. None of those people, none of them, should have ever been released from prison. They knew what they did. You can't argue that the violent ones that caused all kinds of injuries to other people, serious injuries, you can't say you were there for a peaceful protest when you came with zip ties for flexi cuffs, for makeshift handcuffs, with weapons, and had planned on fucking shit up. You can't say you were there for a peaceful protest. If that's what it was, you would have stayed outside the fence and not gone into a building you were not authorized to enter during a official governmental vote happening. They're full of shit. That should have never happened. And there were those of us that could see what was coming and were real nervous about that day, and it proved to be 6 times worse than we thought it was going to be. And I'm concerned, and we're still a good ways out, but I'm concerned if things survive in this country for us to make it another 3 years and 11 months. I'm concerned about how they're going to make him leave. Because this has unwanted house guest written all over it. Get back in your box without pinching me, please. Stop it. My magnets were being pissy. And, I saw a YouTube short from someone that had been. Yeah, and people, he told you what he was gonna do. And you all just laughed it off. And seemed to refuse to believe him. And I don't understand this. But okay. Like, I was seeing a video last night when I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts from an African American lady that had been in the military, who has since left the military, and said how bad things got when he entered office the first time, and how such a shift had happened, and that there were females in the military that had been um that had earned promotional ranks to general, that they held off putting forward and making official because other people feared for their safety. And I'm just like, oh my god. But yeah. It's for the most part, honestly, we're just trying to keep our heads down, hoping we don't get caught in any of this. And we live in a very
We live in the kind of area that carried his vote very heavily. We'll put it that way.
okay. We live in an area that heavily supports him. To say we're mildly nervous about being in this area right now would be an understatement. Neither one of us are really all that keen on it. If we had it my way, this place would have been sold by now and we would have not been here. We would have gone back up north. But no amount of trying to reason with my mother seems to be working. And no matter how we try to spell it out for her, she doesn't want to leave where my dad is buried. And I'm like, we'll bring you back. You own that cemetery plot. We can make that happen. We talked to the funeral home. They said, sure, they do it all the time. It can happen. We can make sure that you are laid to rest right there with him. That's fine. We have no problem with that.
Wow, that is the most appropriate picture I can imagine.
What?
The emote that JR used.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is on par.
Yeah. But she's not having it. So we are here, nervously waiting to see how the chips are gonna fall. Not wanting to be here.
I mean, to be fair, not like it's going to be any better anywhere else if things go as bad as we expect it to.
No, but I'd feel a little bit better if we weren't surrounded by some
It would be nice if we weren't
interesting
on the
people
of Berlin, okay?
Yeah. Although that might be DC at this moment, but
no, actually.
Oh, I saw a headline and I forgot to tell you. But I'll tell you later.
Why? What do you possibly have to hold back at this point, dearest? The Band-Aid is ripped off. If JR hates your guts, which I assume you don't, because
doesn't sound like it.
Yeah,
but
if JR hates your guts for being anti-Nazi, hey, guess what? You just spotted one. Solved.
But what was it? The director of the FBI of Washington's office sent an email to the employees of the Washington office telling them to get ready to dig in and fight.
Yes.
Basically. And I just thought that was amazing.
Well, again, it's
That somebody in one of these official bureaus is like, no, motherfucker, no. What we're not doing is this. And I'm just like, somebody found their balls.
again, giving in ahead of time, like the fucking completely not legitimate offer to pay you to quit
Oh yeah,
with
for
no legal
for
backing and no promise or guarantee of any sort
yeah,
you'll actually get
here,
paid.
why don't you resign and we'll set that up for a deferred payment for you to resign. And I'm like, y'all not see the word deferred in there? You're never gonna see that money. This man couldn't keep a casino running. He's gonna fucking pay you. No, fire me, bitch. I'm like, no. I might not get a severance, but you know what? At least I'll be able to collect my personal belongings from my office and I'll be still getting a paycheck till then. I was like, don't take anything that says deferred anything. Fuck that. If they're gonna fucking want you to resign, then you're paying me now
Again,
before I walk out
it's
of the
not a
building.
legal offer. There's no contract.
No.
There's nothing to force them to pay up after the fact, but
No.
you have already quit.
Yeah.
Because you responded with "I quit."
Yeah.
And they will use that in court, and they will shop it straight to fucking Texas.
Yeah, I think you guys only see like the tip of the iceberg for the shit that's going down over here. There's a lot of us that are not real happy with the state of things. That's all I can say is that please don't think all of us feel the way this man does. He does not speak for the whole, for the sane people in this country. So please understand that. We're not all this batshit crazy over here. We just don't have a choice. We can't immigrate anywhere. We have no funds to, and nobody would take us anyway. Because we're two very broken people.
Labor, therefore we are not valued.
Yeah. We are broken people, and nobody would willingly open their arms to let us come there. We have no millions to bring. We have no like trade skills to bring. So they're just gonna look at us and be like, figure the fuck out. So yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of us that are like, no, this isn't it, no. So a lot of us are just kind of holding on and hoping we make it out the other side if and when that eventually happens. So we've completed magnet number 4, you guys. We got our frame all put together. It doesn't look so bad. Yeah, I guess that tree looks better being there. Doesn't have it quite as empty. I almost didn't put it in, but I think the top came out pretty good. But it's not so bad. It's one of his more colorful pieces, although his isn't as colorful. His is kind of like muted down and a little bit grayer. But, you know, I went with the color choices I had. And it's okay to make it a little bit more colorful. It reminds me of this one screenshot I took in World of Warcraft at one point. But let's see, what is number 5? We've done 4 magnets already, you guys. That is amazing. Where is number 5? Okay, so 5 is called Cabin in the Hollow. Oh, we have to do a building on this one. Huh. Oh, now it's gonna YouTube at us. Because I'm not paying for premium YouTube. I ain't got YouTube money. If YouTube wants me to pay for premium YouTube, then they can monetize my channel. They can legacy monetize me. It's like, it's old. They can monetize that shit. I still need like 500 subscribers or some shit over there. And like 1,000 watch hours or something, or 4,000 watch hours before I can get monetized. Oh, this one's colorful. Okay, so it's a snowy one. Now, I will say, that is obviously an oval. we're making ours a square because I'm not making an oval frame, okay? And I think it's gonna be weird if there's a square frame on a round painting in the middle. I don't know, something about that kind of like too much shape thing. My brain likes stuff to be symmetrical and I can't help it. But that shouldn't be so bad. It looks like we might be able to use a couple colors we haven't used yet, maybe, or not used very much of. Yeah, no, we might actually use that color for the first time. I've got like a marine blue. We could use that. Looks like we got some lavenders in there and some snow and maybe some like an icy stream. We should be able to do that one okay. Potentially. I don't know what that background is behind the purple trees. I don't know if that's sky or if that's like white trees. We'll find out, I guess. But we finished number 4. So I need to go clean up and get ready to make my mom dinner. We're having tomato soup and grilled cheese tonight. Because we thought it was going to be shittier out than it turned out being. And the roads are dry and everything is fine, so. But I didn't take anything out of the freezer, so that's what we're making for dinner. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing Planet Zoo tomorrow. Oh no! No, you let me get this straight. You brought nothing down?
Rest assured, we are as down as it's going to get either way.
You brought nothing down? This is how we've been running since the 21st? 20th? Whatever day it was? Actually, probably since November 7th or whatever, 5th. It's not you. This has actually been the mood behind the scenes. So, we just voiced it, that's all. But no, you brought nothing down. Don't worry about it. You're fine. You're fine. I just tend not to get into the political side of things on stream because I never know who's in chat and what's gonna happen, but it was just kind of us hanging out, so it's fine. And people don't seem to watch the YouTube videos long enough, so hey, you know what? This is how we feel. Doesn't matter. So, if you don't like it, then take your subscribe and unsubscribe and move along. But, yeah, no. So, you did nothing. Don't worry about it. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be in Planet Zoo. We'll be working some more on our staff area. Okay, you can confirm, though, you absolutely despise him. As many of us do. I can only imagine what people in other countries think. They must just be like, the fuck is this shit show? Getting their popcorn, watching shit happen over here. Just like, hi! Do you have room over there? But, trust me, we actually thought about it. We were gonna get our passports together, but we're like, nobody's gonna take us. No one will let us in. But, we have nothing to bring to the table. But no, we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow with Planet Zoo, working on the staff area in our bear section. I want to get the staff area done before we start working on the habitats and getting the viewing areas all prettied up before we start sliding those animals in. So, yeah. You guys have a good night. Everybody hang in there. And if you don't agree with anything that I've said in the last half of this stream, then I'm sorry. We'll just have to disagree. Or you can be on your way. That's the way it is anymore. You know, I can't anymore. Just what the fuck ever. This is how it is. I will see everybody tomorrow. Hang in there, everybody. Keep your heads down and have a good one.